Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another exciting round in the second edition of the U.S. Women's Senior Championships taking place here in Utah in Salt Lake City. Very excited to be a part of this and being able to bring you commentary of the games. I was just live, like what was it, 40 minutes ago when the final round started, but the players have already started their new round. Hopefully those who ended up playing a bit longer got sufficient rest. I know it's a bit tough because when you have another round starting, you never know what to expect, what's going to happen. But I gotta say, I'm super excited about this round, and can't wait to see if there will be more upsets, right? So such interesting games by all the players, and it's really great to be doing commentary, and hopefully they're enjoying being here. Hopefully it didn't get too much of a stressful environment, and they continue bringing in beautiful games. So on the first board we have Jayashri Sekhar. She has had an amazing tournament so far, winning this morning against Women's International Master Beatriz Marinello. And yesterday she also had a pretty nice game against Women's International Master Shernaz Kennedy. She's a great fighter. She had some cool creative ideas, and just went for it. I mean, when the opportunity presented itself that she could get the advantage, she did, even if her original start position maybe weren't so great. If I'm not mistaken, she did mention to me that she's not a huge fan of openings, but when she would get some nice position, she knows what to do, and that gave her some two great results. She's currently played against Natalia Tsodikova. Natalia had that very nice win earlier today. She won against women grandmaster Angelina Belakovskaya and the defending U.S. Senior Women's Champion. And now she plays once again with the black pieces. On board 2, just to kind of catch up, so this was the Torre, and we're waiting for more moves. I wanted to take a bit of a longer break myself because, I've been talking quite a lot already, but I didn't want you guys to miss the opportunity to see some of the things happening here. Hopefully we won't have any surprise technology issues. Hopefully everything will go according to plan, and we'll have the chance to just follow the games in a good fashion. So for this particular game, we have woman grandmaster Angelina Belakovskaya playing with the white pieces against Mary Kuhner. Mary is the player with 1.5 points, while Angelina, because of her loss, she only has 1 point. And it was an Alapin Sicilian once again, just a bit different than previous one we've seen here with knight f6, where usually people play knight f6 after d6, to tell you the truth. Yeah, so here this is another option, but typically when people play e6, they go for the d5, not for the d6 idea. d5, d3, takes. Oh, so Mary might be going for the endgame. She might be going for the queen trade. We'll have to wait and see what's going on that game. Going on to board 3, we have women FIDE master Olga Sagalchik playing against Natasha Christensen, who's a women candidate master. Both of them very strong players of the past. It's interesting. Olga played the longest game, so I hope she's not feeling too tired. The last round that we were looking at when I went before I went off the stream, Olga was trying to battle. She was battling it out with Alexei Rud, and Olga was pushing, but then at some point she blundered, so she almost lost. She almost lost the game, but she saved it in the end. So that basically gave her the saved her game. So now she plays against Natasha, who won a nice game in the previous round against Women's International Master Shernaz Kennedy. Moving on to the next board, we have Women's International Master Alexei Ruth being paired against Women's International Master Beatrice Marinello. Now, this is going to be an interesting round because Alexei just drew a game. She played along. She offered a draw apparently to her opponent. There was that repetition, if you guys remember, bishop h6, bishop g5. Her opponent didn't want, and it ended up being the longest game of the round. And in the end, it was still a draw. And now she's paired against Beatrice, who had a tough loss in the morning, despite having a much better close to winning position against Sekar Jayashri. And this is going to be definitely a tough battle. Looking forward to see how this will go. Moving on to board 4, we have Carla Naylor. I think there was someone rooting for her earlier on in the chat. If you're here, feel free to say hi. And she's playing against Brenda Nardi. By the way, in this previous position, just still theoretical position of the French. And here, what have we had? A Ruy Lopez between Carla and Brenda. Both players, no, Carla is on half a point, while Brenda, she won earlier, so she's on 1 point. And Ruy Lopez, okay, knight f6, queen e2. I haven't seen this line in a while, usually. Typically, I see d3 more often, or maybe castle. But queen e2 is quite a popular line too. And what I always like to tell my students who are struggling to know how to continue with black in these positions is that, the queen protects the pawn. So as soon as you see this, you know that white might consider capturing here and trying to take this pawn. So you have to be on the look for that. That's why you usually see black playing b5 in this position. The bishop goes back and bishop c5. You can also put the bishop in e7, but a lot of people like to play this this line. I think it might be called the... Is this the Archangel variation? I believe so. Okay, and then c3, castle, d6, h3, rook b8, very typical. Rook b8 is always nice to be played to avoid ideas with bishop d5 and pinning. And also, black could also be prepping for potentially going for b4. Rook d1, and we'll catch up with further moves later. And the final board is Women's International Master Shernaz Kennedy playing against Julie O'Neill. And this was a Zemish. We've seen another Zemish in the previous round between Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Tsudikova. But, okay, so we have this. Very typical Zemish knight b d7 this time around. So Julie played knight b d7. Castle is usually quite typical, bishop e3, and then you can play various things. Earlier this morning, I showed this line with c5, but there's knight c6 as well. Here, e5 and knight d7. So knight d7, bishop e3, and b6. Okay, interesting. I don't think I've seen b6 here being played before. Knight ge2, e5, and d5. So earlier this morning, Julie had that, right? She had that Benko. Yeah, against Brenda Nardi. But now she went for the King's Indian. So it's interesting. So maybe she wasn't comfortable about how that game went, and it did not go very well for her. So she's trying something different in this round. So the ideas of these of this move b6, right, is to kind of support the c5 square, because black does want to place the knight there, and usually it is followed by an idea with a5. a5 helps support the knight in c5. You're stopping b4, and the knight will be secure for at least a little bit of time. Because black doesn't have that much space on the queen side, they need to figure out a nice placement for their minor pieces. And that's the reason we usually see a knight in c5 and the bishop coming out later. And of course, plans tend to be with c5, but I've often seen even c6. C6 is not super ideal because white does have more space on the queen side, but you never know. Though that is a move that could happen as well. And that kind of summarizes the start of this round. And let me know where you're watching from. Whom are you rooting for? If you've enjoyed my stream so far, anything I can do, any questions that you have for me, or the players, feel free to let me know. And I'll try my best to bring in some answers. With this round starting a bit earlier, I'm hoping that after the round, if it finishes by 8 local time, it should be 10 Eastern time. I'm hoping that, I'll get the chance to maybe talk to some of them that I haven't talked to yet. Hey, oh, Norway, Christiansen. Yes, you were here earlier too. I didn't know you're from Norway, but great. Thanks for being here. It's late in Norway now, isn't it? It's like midnight, maybe? I don't know. Which time zone is it? Is it Greenwich time or one ahead? I don't remember. Actually, this position is quite interesting. So Jayashri decided, she decided to give up the bishop here. Interesting. 30 minutes after midnight. Yeah, that's what I thought. So +6. Well, from me, it's +8. But yeah, when I'm on Eastern time zone, it's only +6. I went to Norway for the Olympiad in Tromsø in 2014. It was a gorgeous place. I really loved it. Some things were quite pricey, but I think it was funny. For a really long time, I would tell everyone, and everyone would laugh at me that I had the best pizza there. And, when you hear Norway, you're not thinking pizza, you're thinking some delicious fish, salmon or something. But for me, there was this place, the food, they kept feeding us similar foods in the hotel I was staying. So we wanted something different. And I remember we went to this restaurant that had pizza. And I went to various places having pizza, including in Italy, of course, that's known for their pizza. But I felt that the best one was there. So, we don't always have to go for the stereotypes, right? There's always something you can learn about a place. Don't just always expect the stereotypical thing to be the response to everything. So giving the bishop for the knight in f6 in this position is quite interesting. And then probably white is going to try to set up her pawns on dark square just to be able to kind of be annoying towards black's dark square bishop. But, I don't know how much I'm really enjoying this, because in a way I'd rather keep my bishop. At least I'd wait a few more moves for black to play h6 or waste some time, You can play e3, wait for something like that to happen if you really want to give up the bishop for the knight. I'm not opposed to this idea, but because I've done it myself, but I just feel that it might have been a bit of rush for Jayashri. Moving on to the next board. So we did indeed have the trade of the queens. Mary went for the queen trade, king takes, knight c6, h3. These positions are quite interesting to be played. I mean, compared to other positions where we usually see a king in the center, here white does have the c2 square. It's not going to be chased away from, like in other positions where there's a check or things like that. But it's going to be a safe location. Then we can go bishop e5, take the bishop out, knight out, and so on. So this would be something kind of nice for white. But the position should be quite equal, and we'll have to see. Tore Trompovsky is surprisingly underrated. Is bishop f6 on the main lines in that position? Because I've played it and I've played against it, and that was not the move that I was making, Steven. Norwegian pizza for the win. Sounds good. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what was so special. I couldn't tell you if you asked me what was so special about it, but you know, always nice to have good memories. And there was an Olympiad where I had the chance to also spend some time with my mom because our hotels were close to each other most of the time when we played. And it was interesting because I represented the United States and she represented Romania, and usually our hotels were far from each other. But that year I remember it was either the same hotel or the one right next to it. I think it was the one right next to it because she was eating in another location than I did. And we could see each other daily, which was very nice because, you know, me having moved to the United States and she had, you know, having been in Romania, you know, I wouldn't get the chance to see her. And I was always very close to my mom. So that Olympiad has, you know, a close place into my heart. Yeah, I also don't remember Bishop F6 even, so we'll have to wait and see what she has prepared. So Queen D2, why does it make it a mistake? Is it because of this? But okay, it's not really. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, this would be a nice capture. But Natasha went for knight h5, which she's getting ready for f5, but she didn't take in d4, which means that now if she will, the bishop will recapture and then she will accept the bishop trade, which normally you don't want to have a bishop trade, right? Okay, so Olga went for long castle. That would be my choice as well, and comfortable position for white. Few more moves in this French advanced variation: bishop d7, bishop e2. I don't remember why I put those arrows there. Castle, takes, 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 takes. Knight d7. Okay, so typical ideas for the French. Bring this knight to f5 or g6. You have ideas with f6. This bishop goes to e7. Usually when you put the knight in f5, you put it to put pressure here. And you're not worried about ideas with g4 because as soon as you put the bishop in e7, you're controlling this square, which means the knight can go there when attacked. So that's certainly something to keep in mind. So typically you see a move like knight c3 being played, but I see b3 was played by Alexei here. I don't know why the engine is evaluating it that badly. This move is fine. Though you might want to keep the pawn in b2 to have your knight protected when you do go for that. But other than that, it's not, it cannot be that bad of a move, you know? You've never been to Tromsø? Oh, where are you from? Are you from Oslo or something? Tromsø is really nice. The mountains, the lake. I don't know. The only thing I'm sad about is I didn't see the Northern Lights. That's the only thing I'm sad about. So I definitely need to go back. Oh, Stavanger, or probably I'm not pronouncing it correctly. I know they have a very famous chess tournament, or had. Yeah, that one. Okay, I guess when is it? When is the next? When is the next one? I need to check. I need to keep updated with so many great tournaments these days that it's hard to kind of keep track with everything. So knight f5, bishop b2, and black played the move h5. Okay, because I kept seeing posts about it, but I was like, I feel like it just happened. Why do I see the post now? But of course, you have to keep up with posts to make sure more people hear about the event and consider coming. It's great. Are you involved with the organization at all, or h5? This move makes sure that g4 is not going to be played. It's interesting that she chose that. I think I would be fine with bishop e7. That would be my choice. Personally, I used to play the French, but we'll see. We will see. What else have we got in this position? So quite typical moves here, right? So c3, castle. I gotta correct myself. Chess.com is showing on the right, when they have the moves. It says it's the Wormald attack. I didn't even know about this name. There's so many names sometimes I feel have been added to openings, and various websites kind of changed them. So, okay, Wormald attack. Okay, let's see where this attack is. d4, very typical, bishop b6, and now, what is this Wormald attack all about? Do we go bishop g5? Do we push? Do we take? Do we go something else? I don't know what else, but one of those moves would make some sense, I think. And this board went for that. Bishop a6, knight c1. Knight c1. Um, 98. Yeah, I mean, okay, the players are following the right kind of path. I just, I'm a bit, I need you to go back to this bishop a6. I was thinking a5. I was suggesting a5. Maybe bishop a6 is better than my suggestion, because it kind of attracts white to make a decision about this pawn. But even this kind of ideas, I want you guys to know these are fine, because yeah, there's a pressure. There's a pressure on c4. So knight c5, this kind of position white would be happy with, because this pawn is a long-term weakness, a backwards pawn that you get to put pressure on, quite a bit later. So knight c1 was played. You're saying bishop takes c4. When bishop takes c4? Here? You can't take in c4. What? That's why white pushed the knight to c1. I'm not sure what your question is, J.K. Christensen. Now you cannot take because bishop takes, right? So oh, Julie went back to c8. Interesting. Now she knows white might not be castling long because there's been a bit of push, but yeah. Knight b3, bishop out. We're waiting for some c5 to happen soon, but it's for f5, sorry. But white is gonna prep c5. So we'll see which one of these moves will be tougher. Yeah, and of course, yeah, you want to take the pawn, but the players are taking a bit more time. I feel that as the tournament progresses, as it goes forward, we will see more the players spending a bit more time. I don't know if they will get, more tired, because, this was a very long day. I feel, to me, it's been very long. I've been up since 6, so, or 5 or 6. So 12 hours for me so far. So I can't imagine the players who have to play. I mean, it's not easy. Not easy at all. So this is the current position. I wonder if Jayashri is gonna go for h4, knight g5 kind of ideas, and then move the queen to e2 and castle, playing kind of like a Jobava London, because the knight is in c3, the bishop was taken out, this bishop is here. But typically, maybe f3 you would have wanted to have, but this way, she could try to bring in the knight into the attack and put some more pressure. That could certainly be something that I would envision here for white is for black c5 is definitely something that I want to play. I'm not sure how much you need to be worried about this move as well, this e4, because, you know, with the queen in f6, if you take, knight takes, comes in with tempo, and then some knight g5 coming in that way, this could be a bit of something to be worried about. This game has a couple more moves, knight e7, knight a3, with AD and knight b5, or knight c4. Okay, so Angelina is not rushing to move the king to c2. She can wait a bit longer, develop a few pieces, just try to place them on good positions, and she should be good. And here we see Natasha going for knight d7, and the computer is totally against it. Wonder why. Should we play g4? I should go here. Do you guys think that white should take this pawn? Because now there's no check, there's no bishop h6. Sometimes there are ideas with bishop h6 and checks, but white has castle, so white can capture that pawn. g4 could be one of those moves that white can consider. You could also see bishop g5, but typically this is a move that attracts either f6 or queen e8. The problem with queen e8 is that you allow knight d5, a very strong move, putting pressure in c7, right? And threatening knight e7, and you can't really survive, I think, here in this position. You can't easily survive with black. Okay, g4. g4 was actually played. Few more moves were played in this game between Alexei Ruth and Beatrice Marinello. Bishop b2, h5, as I said, to stop, and a3. Alexei might be attempting to go b4, and then potentially some knight d2, knight b3 if she has the time. She needs to make sure she doesn't give up that pawn, or in some cases you can give it up, kind of like the Milner-Berry gambit, if you guys are familiar with that. Just let them capture and then bring, you know, put more pressure further. And now bishop e7, b4, rook c8. These are very typical moves for both. I mean, here, if this happens, I'm telling you, I'm taking the pawn. No matter what, I'm taking it like this. Yeah, knight d2 is not going to happen here for sure. And knight c3 also is hard. How is she planning on developing? Knight c3 again allows the capturing of that pawn. I mean, she can try to do this. b5, I don't think it's that wise, but maybe it does work. And if knight a5, now you can develop this knight d2, or knights. No, knight d2, there's this pawn is hanging. Should we go a4? Probably a4. And here, what white can do as an additional nice thing is to try to get rid of their bad bishop. This is white's bad bishop, right? This is black's good bishop. So if we play bishop a3 to trade it, white would be happy in a way. But then the knight would find it. Oh, maybe she can take with the rook. I was going to say the knight will find it hard to find a good square, but the rook can take, and that could be a good idea. Oh, but Alexei played queen d3. So this is the current position. Queen d3 in order to keep the pawn protected, and then go for this. But you know what the issue is in this position? There can be some issues with a6, knight a7, bishop e5, for example. Try to trade the bad bishop. Beatrice played g5. I like g5 too, because, you know, this is something I mentioned in a previous stream about the position, you know. So what happens here? The center is blocked, right? So when this is the case, you might not need to castle. You can keep the king in the center. So Beatrice is not worried about castling. And she wants to try to undermine the protection of this d4 pawn by pushing g4, getting this knight away, and then she's got quite a bit of pieces putting pressure on d4. So that would be something she's looking forward to. We'll be back to this game. Let's see some continuations in some of the others. So Kurla did go for d5. It seems that she enjoys close positions because this is the second time around that I see her trying to close the position. Playing close positions is not wrong. I prefer close positions when I have the chance because I'm a huge fan of, Capablanca and the way he was outplaying his opponents by outmaneuvering them with having more space. But it can be tricky too, because if you don't realize how fast you need to move, it's possible to actually stay behind. So here she went for bishop g5. Of course, she wanted to mess up black's pawn structure, but knight g6 came right on time. And now you're not ready to put additional pressure here. Say this knight was already in g3, of course you would be happy. But now by the time this knight comes in there, maybe h6 will be played. And then white will have to take a tough decision, either go back to e3 or take, which I don't know that I want to give up that bishop. Because after that, black has an easy play with f5. So this is going to be a tough moment for Carla to figure things out. And last but not least, our board 6, Shernaz against Julie. And we have this Zemish where black is following the typical plan with f5 and white will eventually have to push c5. Those are main ideas to keep in mind. Okay, f4 is quite typical, but white did not castle, notice. And you might be surprised, but in these positions that I've played in the past, and white can actually castle long too. So after bishop f2, which obviously is going to be played quite fast, white can actually castle because even if this pawn is pushed, even if it seems that the position is scary, white can hide with the king in b2. And then we'll still have ideas with c5. And because this pawn was pushed so fast, white will be able to come rook g1, g3, push this pawn forward and just create some very unpleasant attacks. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But those are some plans that we definitely want to be on the look for. Definitely, for sure. Okay. Oh, bishop f2. So we're here. We're waiting for more moves. Which game you want me to go back to? This one? This one does not have new ones. Let me know whom you're rooting for. If you have a game you want me to go to, any questions you have for me, or should I ask you questions? I can try to ask you questions. I don't know what else to ask you. I need to come up with something to ask the chat. Tell me a little bit about this position. Who do you think is better? Why do you think the engine shows 0-0? That could be a question. Did I tell you my fun experience? I did tell you my fun experience. I don't know how many of you were here this morning to hear what a troll I got yesterday by the, transmission errors with how, there were a few moves apparently made on the board and then they became transmitted. They were transmitted the live broadcast, and I thought some of the players played g4 and h4 for the first moves, and one of the it was Natalia's husband actually who told me, Sabina, you scared me. You were doing commentary and I thought that my wife played g4. What did you do? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I really try my best, but sometimes you just forget to refresh the page. Yeah, Sebastian, you're back. Yes, h4, good move. Remember how excited I was? I think you stayed towards the end of the stream, right? And wait, what's wrong with my camera? You guys didn't even say anything. My camera is not fully. Okay, now I see it. That's suspicious. 1 second. What happened to it? It was supposed to be fine. Until it wasn't. Oh, now I see what happened. Something happened. But we're fixing it. We're fixing it. I can't believe you guys didn't tell me about this. I thought I had everything fixed, but you know, there's always something. Because it's Sabina, there has to be something. I think it looks good now. I think I fixed it. Yes, you remember that, Sebastian. Yes. Camera's okay? Yeah, no, there was this extra thing. I have a background behind this, and I just, yeah, I guess I should have, there's something I can fix, but I'm not going to mess with it. Just leave it there for now. I don't want to mess anything up right now. Because if I do, I will not be happy. Okay. Now it looks good. Yeah, so I didn't even get the chance to talk about this, you know, and be excited about having the opportunity to play G4 first move. Not G4. I don't want G4. I want H4. Although G4 is my favorite move, I feel like, you know, let's go for H4. Time have stop? What time? You mean the player's time was? Yeah, probably when I was fixing. Sorry about that. So what do you guys think? Okay, as we're waiting for the players to make more moves, I need to know. Are you guys voting for me to attempt to play H4 first move in the world Rapid and Blitz? One of them. Maybe in the Blitz. I guess I should try to raise some money for US chess and just be like, the person who makes the biggest donation will get to vote for what Sabina's gonna play. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not. That was a joke, okay? Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. If you want to make a donation to US Chess, it will be greatly appreciated. If you want to support, you don't always have to make a donation. US Chess is a big organization that does various things that supports chess. So if you are watching from the US and you're looking for a way to get involved, get a membership, play some rated tournaments, or simply create a club in your part of the country, you know, you can always get in touch. They have various programs that help support and help you get set up and such. So you can always reach out on all the social media accounts on the website, and you can do that. But no, we're not going to do the voting, the donation for... Maybe I should, but I don't know. I'm not ready mentally. Like, I'm saying it now, it would be exciting to play H4 first move, but I don't think I should do it. The best thing would be if I actually play and win. You know, one time I had to play against someone who played A3 first move. I don't remember what I did. I think I lost. You know, if you have a good follow-up to whichever suspicious move you start the game with, if you have a good follow-up and a good setup, almost any move is fine. You know, but you need to have some central control. So I like... Yeah, 97 e4, yes, this was kind of necessary, move the bishop, because this, I would have liked white's position after knight takes a bit more. Here, the position is fine. So Jayashri went for e5, queen e7, very normal. And now we have this pawn structure right? Similar to the French, which we've seen in other positions. So we'll have to see if Natalia will go for f6 or c5. c5 makes a bit more sense to me. Maybe even capturing this this knight in c3, that would be kind of nice at some point, because that messes up a bit the pawn structure. Yes, Sebastian. Okay, I don't know. Where are you watching from? Let me know. Definitely, membership rates are increasing. So if you want, you might want, if you know you're going to play more, you might want to, renew your membership for more than just a year, because they go up. I forgot by how much, but yes, they do go up. That's definitely something that will happen. So you want to make sure that you renew. You have 15 more days. 15 more days to renew your membership, or else you're in Texas. Nice. Where in Texas? I used to live in Lubbock, Texas. I used to say middle of nowhere. Hopefully you're not from Lubbock. Because then you'll just be like, it was West Texas. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was always a bit scary to fly there, I gotta say. A few times, the plane I was in had to land on sandstorms. Those were so scary. There's so many turbulences. I would get so scared. But I don't know why, because actually turbulences are very normal, There's very normal things. Houston. Oh, I love Houston. I played in Houston last year, actually. There's a very nice tournament. I think it's called Texas Lone Star Open, and one more that is organized by Frank Guadalupe, who I'm very thankful for. I met him. He was one of the first tournament directors I've seen in the US, and I know he worked for US Chess for some time. And he actually was one of the first people who hired me to do commentary on US Chess Twitch page when he was still working for US Chess. I believe he retired now, but he still organizes nice tournaments in Houston. So if you're in that area, I highly recommend checking out the tournaments he does organize. Maybe there are others, but I know he's organizing that one. And there's another one, I think, at the beginning of the year. Lone Star is, I don't know. You would probably know it better, Sebastian. Okay, so we'll be back to this game. Let's catch up. Ooh, few more moves here, and it looks like the computer is definitely favoring Angelina. You see, knight a3 was a nice move to prepare things because it attracted a6. And a6 is a natural move. You see the knight coming to b5, and you're saying, ooh, the knight comes to b5, I need to stop it. Yes, certainly. But every pawn push has to be thought through thoroughly. Can I say that? Is it too many synonyms and it sounds funny? I don't know. But the idea is you're giving up the b6 square. So now the knight will go to c4, and I will have knight b6 idea. If the knight gets here, your rook is going to be stuck in a7 or b8. You also have knight d6 check to try to win this pawn. So I'm not a fan of this move of black's. Maybe I would have played, I don't know if bishop d7 would work. Probably not. Probably not because of this. Same thing. So we need to move the knight maybe. But where? Is knight g6? Knight b5? Does black need to do the same as white did to go king d8? Maybe. It's not ideal. It's not the kind of thing that you're thinking to do, but maybe this is what black should have done, but it's not natural. So Angelina made the right approach. Knight a3. Now knight b6, very good. The rook is stuck temporarily there. You will have bishop d7 and try to get the rook out, but you have to be careful of things. And now it's Angelina's turn, and I'm voting for a move like king c2, rook d1. Get this bishop out, and definitely more pleasant position for white. Oh, you got to see me when I came to play. Okay, I agree. Frank is doing a great job to organize tournaments. Yeah, I mean he's been organizing, I think, and being a tournament director to tournaments for many years. So yeah, Cool. Ooh, g4. So we talked about this line, remember earlier, and I was mentioning that I think this could be a potential idea for white. So white gives up an important piece. You need to remember, if you're ever playing against the King's Indian, the dark square bishop of white is very important as, you know, blacks. Now, thankfully for white, white is castled, so there are no crazy, scary ideas with queen h4. However, you know, still, you know, you give up the bishop and dark squares will be weak, but you want a pawn. But it seems that Natasha decided to retreat to f6, but then knight h5 doesn't link so well though, right? Because now, like, what do you do? What do you do? You went knight h5, now you go back. Chess arbiters, hi there, welcome. The knight went back and forth, and this doesn't help. Bishop h6. Okay, usually h4. You go h4 first, then you go bishop h6. You want to see if black will play h5. Sometimes there's ways to trade that bishop too. I don't know. Should we go knight e8? No, because probably. What should we do in this position? Why is that move not so good? Yeah, I'm trying to understand myself. I don't think that's a mistake. I would have played h4, but I'm trying to see the nuances. Sometimes there's a small nuance that... MD Knight, hey! Great to see so many of you who are following me here, because I haven't had the chance to actually make a pause. This tournament I was supposed to stream on my channel. So great to see many of you. I'll try next week to co-stream both on my channel and here. So yeah, that's a great move to renew the membership, definitely. For 2 years, the more the merrier. The more the merrier. Now is the time to save, you know? Because, yeah, but it's, things have changed. I mean, you know, let's not get into talks about that, but let's understand the difference, because I don't. Maybe you guys can explain to me. How about we do this? It's the chat that will be explaining me. How about we do that? Why is there a question mark on this move, bishop h6? Chat, help me out here for a second. What can black do that's so special? I know, originally I was gonna say this, but I don't know what happens next. You're unqualified? Come on. Come on, guys. Everyone is qualified. Give yourself more credit. Well, not in a, you know, rude way, but give yourself some credit if possible. King h8, knight g8. Yes, that's right, Steven. You're right. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, I like that idea. That's something that sometimes happens. No, it's not that slow. I mean, it's a bit slow, but that's why you play h4 first. You're waiting, because when you make the trade, also when you go h4, you have other ideas. You don't need to go bishop h6. So you go h4, h5. Maybe you can even go h6, g5 and block that bishop in h8. You have additional ideas. When you put the bishop there, you're allowing the trade. So that's basically what happens. Chris is back. Hi, Chris. You think not taking in h6 safe stance? Oh, sorry. No, I didn't mean that. Although that could be possible. But you think king h8? No, but then I can take myself. But maybe not yet. You want to go king h8 first. This would be really bad, right? Yeah. What about h4 now? I guess you want to do this. I guess you could do that too. But now if I go h5, you go g5. I go h6. I did once play something like this, and I did lose that pawn. But okay, we're going a bit too far here for white. Definitely. Yeah, we still go h4, h5. So do I know you, chess arbiters? Do I know you? I just ignore everything over on the kingside, start a queenside attack. Yeah, so white can certainly go c5, but this is just inviting because black played knight h5 and now the knight went back, so you did waste a bit of time here, right? So it just seems natural that you want to attack. Oh, Judith? Is it Judith? Oh, it's Judith. Okay, so you texted me, I didn't answer, and then you said, let me check the stream. I see. Okay, things are going well, Judith. I'm using the correct link. Don't worry, it's not the live. Great to see you here. Okay. And it's nice how you know each other. You know each other. There's so many usernames I need to remember. It's kind of funny. I feel like sometimes I remember the usernames more than the names of the people. Like, for example, Enrique, like Kiki. I thought Kiki was the name of Karen. And I just found out that it's not. So anyways, I know him by Aliat, right? Because that's his username when he comes, so it's really difficult. No, but I think what makes a good streamer is not only to just talk about what's going on the board, but also interact with the chat and remember who they are, because people like to know that you care. And I try my best. You know, the funny thing is I remember a lot of these names, but I don't remember chess moves. I don't think that's very wise. I'm not sure if I should want to trade that or not, but you make yours very difficult. Yeah, yours is very difficult, Chris. Very difficult. Yeah, I was very excited to have the opportunity. David and Maureen put this tournament together, specifically Maureen, and their business is supporting this event. That's why we have Precision Tune on the stream. And yeah, it's great to be here. And I'm actually on location because usually, you know, I do commentary from home, but streamer of the month. Sure, that would be nice. But no, I mean, I try my best. I really enjoy sharing my passion for chess, and you know, I'm happy also US Chess wanted me to stream on US Chess page, because originally I was going to stream on my own account, but I want to help raise you know, more awareness about what US Chess does. So that's why I wanted this page to try to get a little bit more following too. So we'll see. I think next time that I do commentary, I'll try to see if I can dual stream. We'll see how that works. I never did that, but there's always time for new things. So I did like the idea that Steven suggesting here with a trade and king h8. I can't really tell much the difference between going king h8. I mean, obviously there is something going on here, but I should be able to stream on both. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice, but I just don't know. b5 line? No, but I'm not worried. This is the thing. Like, white is not worried about b5. I can even take it. The king will go to b1. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about an opening here. I'm wondering how I can make the best of the attack on the king side. But I think what we decided with the h4 seems to make the most sense actually here for white. I think this makes the most sense. So b5. She did play b5. Yeah, like I said. No, is this? Yeah, this is the game. I told you I would take that pawn. Okay, bishop a6. Yeah, so okay, so Natasha is trying to create some chances on the queen side, but wait, why did she take? What about bishop c6? I like bishop c6. Bishop c6, push the rook away. Yeah, I mean, maybe she wanted to take in e6 in order to later bring in this knight somehow to cover the king like this. Could be an option. Might be a bit too slow. Knight c5 is unpleasant. Okay, b5. Actually, you know what? b5. I'm thinking, what if I just let you take? What if I would have played h4 here? Because I don't care if you take. I go h5. This is something I think White could have considered doing because, you know, you open up a file, but how will you bring more than the rook to that file? It will give you, it will take you some time. And if you go b4, then this knight can go knight a4 and followed by b3 as an idea to try to hold on the position closed on this side of the board. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, this is certainly something possible. I mean, so what happened here? Takes, but bishop takes b5, bishop a6, and this is the current position. Knight c5, king b1. Yeah, but you see now black does have a few ideas. Queen b8, double up, knight a4, maybe sacrifices. What if black doesn't take on c4? Yeah, sure. I said that you don't need to take, but b4 also not. So what do you want to do? c3? Knight c5? Okay, I mean, that's fine. No cause for alarm. Well, maybe now I take in b5, because now... Should I take in g7 first? Is there a difference if I take here and then h4, h5? No, but then maybe you have some rook h8. But then I have h6. Actually, when you go knight c5, Steven, can I go b4? I want to play Capablanca style. Is there a tiebreaker? Yes. Yes, let me read you guys the tiebreaker. So the tiebreaker goes as follows. Let me read it. There's a tie for, if there is a tie for first place at the end of the tournament, then there will be a blitz playoff to determine the champion. Games will be 3 minutes with a 2-second increment. If tied after 2 games, then one Armageddon game with 2-second increment. In the event of a 3-way tie, modified median will determine the first seed, and seeds 2 and 3 will play blitz. The winner plays blitz with the first seed. So they first put them based on the median, and then 2 plays with 3. Whoever wins from that plays with 1, and then I think the prizes will be shared, if I'm not mistaken. It says monetary prizes will be awarded per US chess rules. US chess usually shares prizes, but I will double check on this. I'll let you guys know later. Time control for this one is, of course, 90 minutes with 30 seconds increment. So this is round 3. Tomorrow the rounds will be at 10 and 3 p.m. local time. So for those of you who are on Eastern time zone, it will be 12 and 5 p.m. And that's when I will be live, because, you know, I'm here to do all of those commentaries. What else? There are 6 prizes. So 6 of the players, unless there's a tie, of course, could get a prize. First prize, $4,000. B4 is a cool move. You like it? I'm glad. I'm glad I could finally come up with a move. You know, it's tough. Like, so I've been in front of this computer since this morning at 6. I made a huge mistake. I should have taken some break, but I was trying to catch up with some work and share my interviews so that they can get posted. I don't know when they will, but once they will, please follow US Chess's YouTube page so that you can see them. I tried to interview a few of the players. I interviewed the executive director of US Chess. I interviewed the state senator of Utah, which is Stephanie Peter, who is a woman FIDE master. Also, she told me she was about 1700. She played chess for a while. And she told me that, you know, I asked this question. I don't know if it's necessarily the best question to ask, because I wasn't sure I'm allowed to ask and what she can say. But there was this question, how chess has helped her to get her job. But she said it's strategic. Being in the Senate is strategic, similar to the game of chess. So her experience with chess has helped her. So it was pretty cool to get to know her and ask a few questions. Now, I try to stay away from politics, so I'm glad I didn't ask any political questions, because I do want that video to be posted. But it was quite interesting. It's always interesting to see various female players, and this is another reason why I'm excited to do commentary for this tournament, because it's always nice to see the passion for the game of chess still remaining, you know. I told you guys yesterday, for those of you who were here, that at some moment in time, my mom was in her 40s, and someone from the Romanian Federation suggested she was too old to play in the team, although she was the second player in the country by rating. And, you know, good, bad form, you know, that's something different you can work on. But she was told that she was too old to compete. And when I heard that, I remember how heartbroken she was. And I remember how much more heartbroken I was, because that year could have been the year that she and I could have played representing Romania, right, in the same Olympiad. And, you know, they took that away from us, that guy, whoever it was actually, I think it was a woman actually, which makes this story even worse. But it's just this idea, like, no, chess doesn't have an age. You can play at any time. And if you're strong, it's the level that counts. It's not the rating, it's not the age, it's like not the gender, it's nothing. You're strong. You prove that you're strong. You are up there. You're that spot. It's yours, you know. It should be. But so I told myself I'll always support women no matter what, to play at any age, because, you know, that's the right thing to do, you know, in my opinion. No, so basically the federation took over and they were organizing the tournament in August. They took over after my family, me and my dad were organizing it for a few years. But for next year, I didn't see it on the calendar, so I actually have to reach out and see what happened, because if they don't do it, I definitely want to do it. It will be sad if they don't do it, but I want to continue my mom's legacy. She was a very strong player. For over 20 years, one of the top 3 females in my country of origin, Romania, and I think it's important to remember our strong players, you know. So we'll try to do something. We might hold it in January, or maybe in June, when her, you know, birthday would have been early June. We'll see. Why did Olga go back bishop e3? What exactly? She wants to get rid of the knight in c5. She wants to take it. She doesn't like the knight in c5. But isn't black's idea anyways something like this? I do think this trade has to happen. But as for the follow-up, I don't know, h5 seems nice. This knight can come into play like this, and sometimes there are ideas to sack the knight in f5, bring the other rook, you know, just have some good ideas. Knight e3, knight g5 is an extra thing that can happen. So bishop e3, Knight d7. Yeah, of course, knight d7, because if you take, I want to capture back with the knight. So now this is back to unclear to me, because, you know, black went back and forth earlier, knight h5, knight f6, but now white did the same thing, and this is not so great. Is Beatrice winning? Okay, let's catch up. Let's catch up. I haven't seen the game in a while. She started at g5, very nice. Knight c3. Wait, why knight c3? Why not knight d2? But knight d2 is also not so great. I didn't like this whole idea of not taking this knight out early. So knight c3, knight c4. Now we're attacking here, and we're closing the action of the queen to b5, so okay. g4, very nice. No, that I knew those pawns were gonna march. I know Beatrice had a tough round in the morning. Jeshri played quite well, holding the position well. Then Beatrice got winning, and she unfortunately for her blundered into a lost position. I asked her how she was feeling after the game, like right before she started this round, and she told me she was very tired. But yeah, she just won the pawn, and then this is hanging too. So Beatrice might be on her way to win this. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. What else happened in this game? We've had a few trades. Knight f4, very typical. Okay, this is still balanced. Catching up with this game, very typical plan. But it's easy to get to rush to capture on those places. Now, how awesome would it be if we could make this move, but we can't. Do you guys think white should play h3? I shouldn't have made the move and asked you. I should have asked you here, because now you see the bar. You know what? I would go for this. Yes. Just castle. Why not? Why not? I told you I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. c6 is fine. It's not a bad decision, because you are kind of killing this bishop. And then you can go for ideas with a4, a5, and yeah, this can work too. This bishop is unfortunately dead. Yeah, c6 works too. And not just the bishop. The issue is not just the bishop. If it would be just the bishop, maybe black would be fine, but the rook is dead too. So yeah. But white decided to take. Okay, still long castle. Similar idea. Shernaz went for this idea. And I was telling you, we're not super afraid of a5, because the a file is not sufficient to bring more pieces into it. It's just the rook. So Shernaz is doubling up on the c file, and she knows she has to play on this side of the board. We'll get back to this game. Let's catch up with board 1. Let's see what's been going on here, because when we... Oopsie, my bad. When we left off, it was kind of h6. But she's not afraid of stuff like this. And probably she wants to play something like this. Or take. Wait, can she take? She can take in d4, my bad. That's why she's not afraid. Okay, h6. Knight e2. Okay, Jayashri is trying to bring her knight to the attack. c3 is also a typical idea for white to defend these pawns and bring new pieces towards the king. And having this chain of pawns is certainly helpful. And now white played c4. It trapped the bishop. Wait, it trapped the bishop. What? I thought I have c3, but I don't. Oh. She blundered her bishop, and okay, she will have some ideas now to take and go knight g5, but without the rook in h1, there's not so much. Oh, that's a tough blunder by Jayashri, but she's had a good run so far. Maybe she can come back. She's come back in the past from difficult positions, but yeah, that's definitely just blundering the bishop. Maybe this should be played. I was mentioning earlier that I believe white should try to win that bishop, so this move could have been it. What's happening in Angelina's game? I was quite happy for for this knight to reach b6 because it keeps black's position restricted. And it was kind of surprising to look at this position and realize that black's best decision was knight g6, and after this to just go king d8 or king d7, one of those moves to just, you know, defend the, probably d8, to defend the c7 square and then proceed with the development, probably play a6 after, you know, because now when the knight goes back, you have time for b5 and the pawn won't be stuck in b7, you know. But here a6, knight c4, bishop e3, bishop d7, all right. And we have f5. Yeah, but I don't know, isn't this pawn gonna fall? How do we take it? Okay, Angelina is on her way to win this. Probably with the bishop, I would take personally. Take it, rook e1, bishop out, you know. Slowly improving, extra pawn. Good, it's good. It's a good position for her. Okay. Nice. We'll be back to this game. Olga's taking a bit more time. And this was the position where, yep, second pawn fell. Alexei is not in a good position right now. 2 pawns down, both players have the bishop pair. This is a very nicely executed plan by Beatrice, you know, g5, g4, get rid of this knight, focus on the target. That's the target that black usually gets in the French, right? The d4 pawn. So white followed the plan. Black followed the plans perfectly, was not stopped. Sometimes h5 is met with some h4, but and I don't know if you guys have ever seen those kind of positions, but you know, when you go h4, you're stopping g5. So even if bishop e7 is played, sometimes people even let that pawn be captured because you prefer to lose this pawn rather than lose d4. But you can just play g3, and this way, you know, g5 won't cause that much damage. You can take it, and with the little space that black has here, it's not easy to actually bring the queen back on the side of the board to attack. If somehow some trades would happen, and let's say you would take this knight, then maybe the queen could slide over on the 6th rank, but usually those things don't happen. So Beatrice has executed her plan very well, so we'll have to wait and see if she gets to convert this till the end. No more moves in this game. What's been going on over here? And I believe Julie is going to write an article in Chess Live about the tournament. I know I have to interview her. She said she wanted to talk to me as well. Is there enough light? Should I put more light? Yeah, now I look more blonde. My eyes started hurting. Is it gonna look suspicious if I put my glasses on? Let's see. How suspicious do I look? Suspicious Sabina. Sabina's suspicious glass look. No, not bad, not bad. Welcome everyone. I'm the carbon copy of Sabina with glasses. No, my eyes started hurting. Someone told me that I should start wearing these kind of glasses for. I bought these glasses. You know what's funny about it? That I didn't take care of them. I forgot to put them in a, you know, the little baggie that they give you to put your glasses in. And they got scratched a bit, and I don't think I can fix them. So now I need a new pair. It's not bothering me too much. You have yours on good. Yeah, if someone left and comes back there, who is this girl? More blonde and with glasses. Whatever happened? You know, I should have just taken a break and then do this and come back and see if you guys would recognize me. Maybe you wouldn't. Okay. No, but my eyes really started hurting. It's the first time. Okay, Queen G6. That's why, you know, when you stream, make sure that you don't do work prior to going to the stream, okay? So don't wake up at 6 and work till, I don't know, whatever time it is now, 5:34 local time. But I do it because it's my passion. Yeah. Queen G6, Queen E2. Yeah. Shernaz is having a good position. Both players probably are trying very hard to win because they both want to try to score some points. They're the only two players with 0 points. So, you know, a win in this game would certainly, you know, help them boost their morale, but I know it's not easy. It's not easy. Let's catch up with board 1. So, as we've seen, Natalia was winning a piece, and I skipped it by mistake after c4. Okay. Yeah, so rook d8 with the idea for this king to run away in some situation, but there's no situation to be worried about. There's also knight f8. Given that the position is closed, the advantage of black is not so huge because you still need to prove that you have this extra material. Right now, you're not really doing much with it. That's why if you guys are wondering why sometimes the engine, you know, when there's a huge amount of material, or like, let's say a piece, right? Sometimes a piece, I think usually the way the engine shows is like +1, kind of the value of 1 pawn, I think, +2 pawns we should be winning, and so on. I don't know if that's really the case. Maybe some of you know more about how these centi pawns and things like that I'm not good at. So feel free to explain it in the chat, and I'll reproduce. I mean, reread what you say. Hopefully, you know the right thing. But the reason you sometimes don't see that huge decisive advantage is because those pieces are on the board, they're extra, but they're not really used. It's kind of like, you know, when you win a trophy, you know, you remember the memory, it was a, you know, great achievement to win the tournament, but sometimes the trophy remains just a trophy that you put on the shelf and you have to keep dusting it off, right? Because, you know, over time collects dust and you have to clean the area to make sure it's always presentable, right? If you have people coming over. So this is how it happens with the pieces. If you can't find a purpose for them, it will just be that value that you have on the board. So you need to find a way to use it, and black needs to find a way to open up the position. And we'll see on which side Natalia will choose to do that. Maybe with f6, maybe she will attempt b5, b4. But she definitely needs to attempt some opening of the file. Queen b5 here for white? Yeah, okay, just move my bishop. You just move it back, and then I'll chase you away. I mean, you know, you're just... You don't have really a follow-up, I think. I was thinking maybe white could attempt b4, not queen. Yeah, but why do you need queen b5? Queen b5 will be easily chased away from there. Rather do this and maybe a4 and try to meet, you know, b5 with a5 and a5 with b5. This would be the kind of thing you want to do with white to keep the position closed. If the position starts opening up, those pieces will get into play much easier. But when it's closed, you know, they don't. I mean, it's bad for white, but it was just some kind of suggestive idea. She went for g4. Okay. She's going to try to create some kingside attack. That could be her only chance to come back into this game. Okay, so Angelina decided to take in d7. I'm actually surprised by that move, I need to say. I would have taken here. I do not find the bishop very scary. And I like my knight in b6. Well, not mine, hers. I like her knight in b6. So, yeah. Knight takes d7, bishop takes e5. Okay, so she thought, she wins material, might as well just trade pieces. I guess it makes sense. Alexei resigned. Yes. This is the game. This is a really nice game. I have to do like a short review that hopefully will be clipped into a YouTube video. But let's review this game. So this was a very interesting game in round 3 of the U.S. Women's Senior Championship, and Women's International Master Alexei Ruth had the white pieces against Women's International Master Beatrice Marinero, and there was this advanced French variation, quite a typical line. Bishop d7, bishop e2, knight c6, castle, c takes d4. And the reason for this move, if you guys are wondering why black does this, well, black wants to develop this knight in g8. And the idea is if you put the knight in h6, there are some lines where white can go for bishop takes h6. And black will have these double pawns for a long term. It's not the end of the world, but it's something that, some people want to avoid. And if you put the knight to e7 directly, you're blocking the bishop from defending c5. So there are some lines where white captures in c5, and black usually wants to recapture there with the bishop. So in order to avoid all these things, black chooses in this position to go c takes d4. You have to recapture with the pawn to maintain this chain of pawns, and then knight e7. Now, white doesn't have this opportunity anymore, but white gets a +2. And that plus is the square c3, right? So the chain has been broken. There's no pawn in c3 to really strengthen this whole chain, but there's a free square which becomes part of white's space. And that's a square where white typically develops this knight in b1, knight to c3, right? So this is what white gets. Black gets an extra tempo technically somehow, but white gets the c3 square. But what surprised me in this game was that after knight e7, Alexei did not go for the move knight c3. She chose to go for b3, and okay, the engine automatically analyzed this as not being a good move. And I felt that, it's not because of this, because you're getting that square, but you're not taking advantage of it. So this is a bit of a, tough choice for her, unfortunately, to play b3. And her idea was probably to meet knight f5 with bishop b2. I understand. So you can ask me, okay, after knight c3, knight f5, what do I do? You have knight a4. This is what you can do. So you're chasing the queen away. And then after this, I think it's bishop d2. I don't remember the line super well, but I think this is the move that white usually plays here. I haven't seen this line in a long time, since I'm not an e4 player and I stopped playing the French. But who knows? Now that I'm explaining it to you, maybe I'll get back to it. Who knows? But b3 is certainly a move that can help white put the bishop in b2, but the bishop in b2 is a bit passive. That's why you'd rather put the knight in c3. Plus, the knight in c3 has those ideas of knight a4, knight c5, and it would just be a more pleasurable position. Now with the bishop in b2 not controlling this diagonal, Beatrice came up with this cool idea. She started by going h5 first. h5 stops g4, so stabilizing the knight in f5. I was thinking to go bishop h7 here. This is another move that black usually does in the French, and this is a move that has the purpose of meeting g4 with knight h4, right? Because you have the bishop there, keeping the knight protected, and because of the lack of space, white is happy with, black is happy with the trade. But Beatrice decided to go for h5, and normally when you see this move, you're thinking, oh yeah, just to stop g4, right? But she had an underlying continuation to her idea. So a3 was played. I think h4 personally would be something I would prefer. And in case of bishop e7 to put pressure, you can choose to leave that pawn being captured or simply go g6. And these arrows are here because earlier I did show, just an idea that black would have in some situations to get the queen on that side of the board. But okay, it's kind of rare that actually that would happen. So Alexei played a3 with the idea to go b4, maybe knight d2, knight b3 or so, I thought. But the problem was she's a bit delayed because now after rook c8, if you go knight d2, it's kind of like a Milner-Berry variation where black can consider taking the pawn, and you have to find your compensation here. I think this is a bit of a more comfortable position for black compared to the actual real Milner-Berry where there's a bishop in d3 and stuff. But in the game, after before rook c8, Alexei chose this move, queen d3. I know it's tough now to figure out how to develop the knight because black has had sufficient time to put pressure on the pawn. So now both knight d2 or knight c3 are blocking one of the pieces from protecting that pawn, right? And because of that, she chose to play queen d3. But this move, in a way, attracted various things for black. First of all, there's this idea where black would have an opportunity to play a6, move this knight and bishop b5. There was this first thing that came to mind. But Beatrice came up with this even nicer plan, which I remember one time I did myself in a game, and that was the move g5. So remember, and I told you h5 wasn't just to secure the knight. She's also helping push more pawns forward to get this knight away, push it away, and gain more space on the king side. With the position being blocked in the center, this is what my arrows and my highlights already show. This king doesn't really have a safe. This king is totally safe. Sorry, this king is totally safe. It doesn't need to be more safe for a castle. So you can keep it in the center because the center is blocked. You can't open it anytime soon. And so this is a nice idea to push through. And after Alexei's choice b5, here comes knight a5, and Alexei made a blunder that unfortunately loses a pawn. But it's hard to come up with a good move. a4, I guess, could have been the only choice, and then knight c4, maybe try some bishop c3 and try to trade a knight as fast as possible somehow. But because she, unfortunately for her, she played the move knight c3, it's hard now for white because knight c4 is such a strong move that blocks the two of the pieces that were defending b5 and attacks this bishop. And when you are protecting the bishop by moving it away, g4 came in with tempo, followed by trade and capturing this pawn. So there were quite a few pawns of whites that remained weak, particularly d4, which was from before, but now b5 has become weak. It was pushed a bit too much. And now knight d2 takes, queen takes d4, queen takes d4. And after capturing that pawn, more material is going to fall. And Beatrice went on to win this game a few moves later, because with the two extra pawns, no weaknesses going towards an endgame, there's not so much for white to do. So definitely a tough loss for Alexei. I hope she will be able to come back after this. I know she is writing the articles for Chess Live, so online for this tournament. So be sure to check out her articles. I'll put them in the chat. Thanks, Judith. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Really, have a safe trip. I don't know where you're going, but have a safe trip. I really appreciate your time being here and for helping us out to set up the stream. Thank you. All right, it was great. It was great. Okay. Okay, let's catch up with some more of the games. Anything new here? Anything new? Not much. Knight takes g5, queen takes g5, rook g1. Okay, so Carla is defending for now, but she has to be careful for potential sacrifices here. For example, if this queen makes its way to h4, you definitely need to be on the look for this idea. This is something that happened in Natasha's game earlier this morning, if you guys remember, against Shernaz Kennedy, that bishop takes h6. If you guys were here, you've seen. So if that move is played, you need to come up with some kind of defense. Maybe we can just move this knight back and offer a trade. Let's trade. What have we missed here? So Julie was going for some plan on the king side, and if she manages to trade, she's gonna create a pass pawn. Bishop takes a6. I feel like both players are trying to create a pass pawn. I don't know if that's necessarily the path to go. I wonder how bad this move would be. I'm blundering this pawn. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Bishop c8. So, usually white's struggling with this bishop, right? Because there's so many pawns on light square and you want to get rid of it. And here, Shernaz goes for the principal kind of idea, like, no, I don't want to trade because black is lacking space. But I have the feeling this was probably better. This is probably what is recommended. One of the rooks takes, and then I don't know about this, or a6, maybe a6, b5. And then you can do some regrouping with the knights, and c7 will still be a weakness for black, and white can try to take advantage. So bishop d3 just, it's not a blunder or anything that I can see, but it's probably going to make it hard for white to progress. Oh yeah, this is another unpleasant thing coming up. Okay, well, we'll get back to this game. Actually, what time it is? I think I'll take... Do we have any more moves here? We stopped somewhere around this moment, I think, bishop e3. Yeah, the bishop came back, and I was mentioning how both players made back and forth moves. Queen e2. Why queen e2? Why is white not developing this knight? Or maybe here. Maybe knight e2, knight c1. Why did she not develop it? You guys know? I don't. Maybe she played queen e2 in order to try to trade the queen in b5? I'm not really sure. Let's catch up with Angelina. Angelina looks on her way to win this. Extra pawn, trading bishops. If these bishops get traded, knight comes to c5. There's also ideas with bishop e6, dominant position. And here, yeah, Jayashri is definitely going for the attack. Knight f8 and g5. She wants to try to trade king h2, rook g1, and just basically try to put some pressure on black's king. The thing is, this would be a move I would normally want to make, but here it's a pawn. You're giving me a pawn. You don't have time to do it. And if you take, you're opening up the h file. You might want to be cautious about that. So g5 is a strong move. Very nice found by Jayashri. Interesting. Well, guys, I'll take a short break, very short, like maybe 5 minutes just to stretch, and I'll be back. I'll let you guys with just a short video, and I will be back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let's see, what have we missed? And I apologize. I didn't do it on purpose. I think there's a break when I go on that during the stream. I think that's what messed up my stream earlier this morning too. So I'll be mindful to not post that anymore, because I think every time I go back to that break, it messes the stream up. But I appreciate all of you still being here. Let's catch up with the games and see what have we missed. So we before going on the break, I stopped in this moment where Jayashri found this nice g5 idea, which was kind of obvious that it would follow after she played g4, right? Because we were suggesting, I was suggesting, and I think the chat made some suggestions: b4, queen b5, maybe trying to just play b4, a4 in order to try to keep that side of the board a bit closed. So to beat b5 with a5 and a5 with b5 in a way. But the most sense for white is to play on the king side, because looking at the pawn structure with white having particularly this pawn in e5 more advanced than this one in e6, this is the reason I want to change the colors, but I don't want red. I want green. Oh, that's the green. Okay, because of those two pawns, right? And these will make the blue. Blue is easier. White clearly should play on that side of the board. It's hard for black to bring the pieces on the king side, despite the extra piece in the position, because black hasn't completed development. Natalia needs to find a way to bring her pieces into the game. And g4 is quite typical. I mean, I suggested king h2, rook g1, g5. But after knight f8, okay, g5 seems even more aggressive. I wonder if a move like f6 or f5 would be fine for black here. Probably not f5, because that just gives up a pawn. Maybe f6. Maybe f6 could have been a move for black to play here, because now yeah, g5 is not so easy to play. And basically, okay, the point for black, right, to understand is black wants to do this. Actually, can I even take with the queen? And then knight f8? I mean, normally you take with the knight, but here I feel maybe I want to keep the knight just one move longer to control e5, chase this knight away, go bishop c7, and suddenly black gets a bit of play. This is what they want to do, right, in this position. But here f6 would have been nice, but Natalia chose to make the move knight f8. But after knight f8, g5, it gets a bit scary for black, because as we saw prior to going to the break, you know, if you're not careful, white's starting to get back some counterplay, you know, piece down, but, you know, attack is coming. So h5, you know, that would be captured. Would it be better to castle queenside? Sure, but you can't do that for white. Well, but the castle happened over here. It was a long time ago. JK. That was a long time ago that this happened. I don't know how to do that anymore. I mean, if only we could do that, of course, I would say, yes, let's do it. Let's go for it. But yeah, they didn't invent the uncastling. I wish that was possible. How often wouldn't you want to just bring your king back, take back that castle, and yeah, no, not possible. But no, here you have to take, and oh, knight takes g5, I thought pawn takes. So knight takes g5 was played. No, you have to open the h file. I think this is more important with the queen in d3. This is definitely going to be a bit scary. Okay, king g2, rook h1, doubling up. This could get scary. And with the pawn in g5, you're actually stopping f6, right? So knight takes g5 was our choice, but did Natalia play? She did play f6. I was about to suggest it. f6 is a must in the French for black. You're either going to do that or you need to push these pawns on the queen side. But black is behind with development, so she needs to find a fast way to get her pieces into play. I love f6. This brings back the advantage, pushing the knight back. And now, what do you capture with? You can capture with the queen or with the pawn. I don't think it's that bad to take with the pawn. Chase this knight away. I mean, I like it. Queen takes. Seems fine too. It depends how comfortable you are with weakening or opening up the G file. I mean, it depends on the position. I think either ones could work. Either one of those two moves is fine. She probably is trying to think what her future plan is, but yeah, if some of you play more the French more recently than I did, maybe you can tell me your thoughts too, but I feel that either one is more than nice. The great thing about black's position right now is the fact that this bishop comes into play, It was kind of out of play. It was placed there to potentially take a knight in c3, which when that didn't happen, it kind of stayed out of play. So you normally would have wanted it in e7. If there was a bishop in e7, this knight would have never made it. Like even g5 wouldn't have happened. But this way, you're bringing it back to c7, and that's going to give black a great position. Maybe even e5 as a future idea to open the sad bishop of the French. So Natalia could be on her way to win this. We'll come back to the game she's still thinking right now. Let's see what happened to Angelina's position. So the last time we looked at this position, it was around here where she checked, traded that bishop in d7, checked, and brought in her rook on the open file. Very normal. Okay, the more trades, the better. And she maintains the bishop. I like that. I like keeping that bishop. Actually, I'll be surprised she did go back to f1. I like this. Am I missing knight f4? Oh, maybe knight f4 could have been something to be played. Maybe rook d1. Yeah, you don't want to give up that bishop. Yeah, better be safe than sorry. You can always go back. You just go back. Bishop f1, and then you'll chase this, you'll figure out a way to get f4 in to chase the knight, bring the other rook on the d file. Very natural moves. The knight can come to the center. There's no rush for white to win this position on the long term, and with pieces getting traded, all of the pieces. And this is actually an advice that I like to give, is that when you are up material and you don't know what to do, of course, everyone says trade the pieces. It's not always that simple. You don't always just trade the pieces. But I think what you want to envision is what kind of position you would want to get, like what kind of pieces you would be comfortable to get off the board, even if it's not all. Like you don't always want to envision all of them off. So just imagine, okay, would I want to have this position in a king and pawn endgame? That would be all the pieces off the board. Yeah, I would be winning this with white because I have a, far away majority. Okay, then you can look at this position and be like, okay, do I want to have this position bishop versus knight? Definitely, pawns on both sides of the board. A bishop would be very unpleasant. Would I want a knight endgame? Yeah, typically knight endgames are same as king and pawn endgames. Would I want a rook endgame? Well, that remains to be seen. But even that should be something that white is comfortable with, provided that there won't be activity that will be allowed for black to have a rook on the second rank and create some kind of counterplay and some passed pawn. So this is the kind of approach that you want to get when you don't know what to do and you feel that you should trade some pieces, but you don't know which ones. Just try to imagine the position without those pieces. And if you figure out you found one type of position that, okay, this is something I'd like to get, then you can think, how can I get into that type of position, right? So I always like to think backwards in a way. And that goes with outposts or great squares for a specific piece. Figure out where you want to place them and then take it backwards. Sometimes you can find it much faster than looking forward. I hope it makes sense. I hope my explanation makes sense. If not, let me know in the chat, and I'm glad to try again. So knight d4, rook c8. Okay, so all right, Angelina still has, and she's doing well with time in this game compared to, previous games. She had a tough loss in the previous round, losing on time against Natalia. But, here, the rook d1, I think g3 is nice. Actually, the fact that the knight is here controls f3 square, you can consider some g3, f4, bishop g2, to improve the bishop. So you retreat it temporarily in order to be able to place it on a better location. Don't be afraid to go backwards to then go forward more reinforced, right? So you go back to get some reinforcements and then you go forward. Typical kind of advice for a strategic game like chess. Okay. Queen b7, rook h2. All right, so I'm not happy with this placement of the queen. I don't know why Olga did that. Okay, she's going back to c2. I'm getting scared for her position. Rook a3. Ah, it's cute, but probably not enough. What would be a nice tactical idea? Of course, I have to look for tactics. It's my favorite thing to do. Did I ever tell you guys? Well, probably on my channel, those of you who have been watching my personal streams. But when I was a kid, my dad, I come from a chess family. So my dad would often tell me, go work on chess, And I'd be like, again? I'm just kidding. I wasn't like that. I loved one thing. And I loved it the most, and that was tactics. And I would pick up the tactics encyclopedia or some other tactics book that we had. There was one that I worked on that book so much that I think I destroyed the poor book. The cover went away. It was just the pages. And you know how older books look like? They look like brownish or something. I worked through that entire thing, and that was my favorite thing to do. And when he would tell me to work on chess, it wasn't that, but that was my favorite thing to do. So I always picked up a tactics book. I wish for all that amount of tactics that I did, I really wish I were a better tactical player, but unfortunately, not everything worked out the way I wanted. Yeah. Maybe it's because of personalities. You know how they sometimes say that chess, the way people play chess has to do with the kind of personality they have. So, and I don't mean introverted or extroverted, I mean the kind of person that you are. And I think I like to take care of people a bit too much. And I think I do the same with the pieces. I like to take care of the pieces, give them purpose. Once I heard... I had a conversation with the famous top grandmaster Levon Aronian, and he was talking about how he talks to the pieces in a nice way. Don't imagine something suspicious, that strange. Not at all. It's just the idea that the pieces kind of talk to you, just tell you it's time to improve this piece or this other piece. And I'm kind of like that too. Like I just love taking care of people. Of people around me, making sure that they're fine. And I do the same with the pieces. I try to understand why a piece is not doing much and needs improvement. Exactly, ask them where they want to go. And I mean, it sounds suspicious because they don't talk to you, right? But just this idea that that something is required and you wanna find a way to help improve them, basically, So that was something that I do best for some reason. I don't know if it has to do with personality. Someone else who's been doing more research on this needs to tell me. But yeah, I've made so many suggestions about this knight that, that's a piece you want to bring into play. Besides, it's a knight. I mean, come on. Knights are my favorite pieces. They need to get to have a purpose, right? Well, something like that. Let's say something like that. So here, I'm trying to understand how can black bring more pieces. I mean, ideally this knight needs to come into play, right? So knight b6, knight c4 is probably something that I would do. I mean, originally when white played knight d7, she played it to have the knight protected, I assume. So in case of a capture, knight takes. But here we can bring a new piece, a knight b6, even knight a4, you know, trade one of white's defenders and just, you know, get into putting more pressure on white's king. So I would like that move. Rook a3 is it's kind of nice. I mean, it's tactical. Natasha has been playing more tactically in this tournament, so I understand her wish to do that. I do not really see the threat of that move. It looks cute. Fancy. I can use other words too, but I don't know. I don't know how much I like the move. Does this allow white to finally get the knight out? You know, knight! It's time to bring the knight. Knighty knight. C1, keep a2 protected. You know, the second rank is protected. It's not much. Aliat, hey! How are you doing? Taking a break? Taking a break? Anything interesting happened in the playing hall? Anything we should know? The a8 rook and the c8 bishop get sad. Yeah. Agreed? No, I'm being serious. I don't know if you guys are being sarcastic. I don't see that sarcastic, you know, sarcastic emote there. So I'm assuming you're being serious with what you say. So yeah, we need to make sure we give our pieces some purpose. The bishop takes c5. Knight takes. Wait, knight takes? Is it bad? So what? The engine wanted this? Nah, come on. Come on, let's be serious. This is not a mistake. I don't know what's wrong with this engine. Finally, 92. Yes, yes. Again, I'm being impartial here, but I just want to see a good. I just want to see a taking care of the pieces kind of game. You know, like that's what I want to see. Still quiet in the tournament hall. I see. Well, that's good. That's what we want. Quiet and focus and creativity. Let the creativity shine. Yeah, knight g2 e2. I like that. I like that. Coming to c1. Keeping the position safe. Makes sense. We know this game. I already did a review on it. I'll definitely ask to clip that review because I think it will be great for a YouTube video, hopefully. Okay, what have we got here? Yeah, so remember when we had this position and I mentioned that Carla needs to be careful about that queen h4, and it looks like it did happen. It did happen because similar to Natasha's game from earlier this morning where bishop takes h6 happened, bishop takes h3 is the threat right now, right? So you have to be, or knight takes h3. You have to be careful. So knight e2 was my suggestion, and it looks like they followed they read my mind. They read my mind from before. Because this is 15 minutes delayed, so, you know. Mind reader. Okay. Knight takes e2, queen takes e2, king h7, rook f1. Okay, I like nice play by both players, I'd say, technically here, you know, like no issues on either side. It's a tiny little bit more comfortable for black due to a slightly better bishop, but white has still this extra space here. So I don't know a4 how great that will be because white came on the king side to defend, of course, but oh yes, that's right. You said you were in Norway. Well, I really appreciate you tuning in from Norway. This is pretty cool. Don't forget to follow my own stream too. Hopefully, when I'll see you again in some stream. Have a good night, and yeah, hope I'll see you again soon. So f5, g3, knight f6. Oh, Aliat, you too. What was that saying that that's saying from the famous saying, you too? Oh my god, I can't think of it. Anyway, it's already done. Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Aliat. Well, it's fine. Say hi to Karen. Make sure everything goes smoothly in the playing hall. I wanted to, show you guys the playing hall a bit, but I'm not sure what messed up my stream, and I'm not willing to mess it up again because there will be too many videos that I feel that someone will not be happy that I made too many videos. But hey, I try my best. I try my best. My best is not always the best, but at least you try. Oh, add to. That was the word. Okay. Now queen f6. I'm thinking of f4, but tactics on my mind. Oh, and do you guys want to know what was the least favorite thing that I was doing as a kid? When my dad would tell me to work on chess, of course. And he would say, no tactics. You're not allowed to pick up a tactics book. Anything else. Anything else. My least favorite thing to do. Let's see how many of you can guess it. I should make a poll. Next time I will. The reason I'm sharing these things is because I learned from those mistakes and I'm trying to improve them, and I want to share it with you so you guys know endgames. Sebastian, you should definitely follow my streams. You would know my endgames are my favorite parts of the game. Give me an endgame any time of the day. Probably I love endgames more than tactics. The endgames are like... Rook endgames in particular, man, when I mess up a rook endgame, I'm so mad with myself because I love them so much. But yeah, no, endgames, I love the endgames. Studies, I loved studies. It's something that helps you improve that I did not like. Let's see how many of you can guess it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Knight a4. Yeah, knight f4. This was the mistake, right? That's why bishop d3 was not so great. Not only you would trade your bad bishop, but you also would avoid this knight h5, knight f4, which is quite nice because it comes in with tempo. And then with a knight there, there's pressure in g2 and h3 would come in. Wow, nobody was willing to guess what I disliked. Interesting. Queen f1. Oh, she took the bishop. No, this knight is so good. This knight in f4 is so good. This bishop is not doing anything. Oh, this is not the way to do things. Okay. b5. Yeah. No. No, this is oh wait, this pawn is hanging. Okay, we need to do something about it. Okay, I will let you guys know since nobody's willing to guess. Game analysis. Game analysis, analyzing my own games was not one of my favorite things to do growing up, and I think my chess had a bit to suffer because of it. Analyzing your games and trying to understand what went wrong is very important. You see, when you look through your games, wins or losses or draws, of course, all your games have to be analyzed. You are you're forcing yourself to understand what mistakes you've made. And I know these days is easy, and I fell for that trap these days too, to use the engine after I finished the game to see where I blundered. But at the time, what I had to do, and I wasn't quite fond of, so we still had a computer, and the way that my dad would tell me that I should do it, and I really took me some time to really get into it, was you put your whole game right in the computer if you have that chance, and you go backwards every move, and you're trying to figure out what was the last mistake that you made, what was the mistake that your opponent made. People sometimes have the tendency to only look at their mistakes. You have to look at both, because you have something to learn from both your own mistakes and your opponent's. So when you go backwards, you see what was the last move that was wrong, and you always try to find a better one. You can, of course, go forward too, but going backwards can also help. So having computers can help you do that, because it's a bit harder to do it on an actual board by yourself going backwards. But on a computer you can do that, but without actually using the engine. I think people should spend more time to understand why those moves are right or wrong. Because even here, you see, when we have the engine, because I want you guys to see the bar, the engine is underneath. So if you're worried that I'm looking at it, I promise I'm not. But we see these question marks, right? That the computer gives, and the first thing we're thinking is like, oh, this is a mistake. But if you don't understand why it's a mistake, you might make it again, because your brain hasn't quite processed what exactly happened, in that moment, why you made that particular move. And it's very important that you spend the time to do that. And I wasn't a fan of it, not at all. So that's why, these days I enjoy streaming so much, because I have to force myself to understand why some moves are good or bad. So, it will catch up with you one day. One day. What about this check? No, white would just sack, probably. No, or just move the king. No, sack. Yeah, if you go b5, there's rook c6 in between move. So what would be a really good move for black here? Could c-pawn push? No. Is there any sacrifice possible? Maybe takes? Maybe takes could be something. So b5 blocks this bishop, which is not quite ideal. Knight c5, okay. Takes. Knight d3. Why did Shernaz go for knight d3? I'm not sure. Knight d3. Maybe she's trying to get this knight into play over there, and that's why. I feel that this knight would be nice to be improved, but this pawn is an issue. We need to deal with it. Ooh, wait. No. But actually, does this work? The point is, of course, this check, but you see, move the king. And I feel that black can take, and this one will always be something to be worried about. I was going to suggest also queen h1 to try to trade queens, and maybe rook g1. Maybe this could be something, because white is up a pawn and very strong knights, definitely better than the bishop. And if we trade queens, this pawn will be weak. So we can trade and go rook g1. This could be a nice resource for white. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Julie must have been tired. She must have been tired. She must have not realized that the queen can take back. I can't imagine. Or she thought she's trapping white's queen? No, but there are quite a few places where the queen can go. Oh, okay. Well, now it's just a rook down. Oh, this is such an unexpected blunder by Julie. I feel that she was tired. Rook takes f3, simply dropping the rook. She probably was tired. So it is Kennedy Sharnaz that scores the point, and Julie will have to find a way to redeem herself tomorrow. I know she can do it. I've seen her earlier today, and Julie is the one who's going to write the article for Chess Live magazine for this tournament. So be sure to be on the look for that when it comes out. In actually, I don't know for which one it is. I should ask and see. Although I probably should ask the right person who knows when the article will be published. But yeah. Okay, so we haven't had many moves in this game. Let's go back to board 1. Okay, so we stopped here where I felt that both queen takes f6 or pawn takes f6 would have been nice for black. Apologies. But white ended up going for the... Oh my god, why didn't you guys tell me that the camera got messed up again? I just see it now. Gosh. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Don't worry. I know to fix it. I'm cool at fixing. Okay. Yeah, because I went offline and then it got a bit messed up. It's not too bad, but it's a bit bad. It's a bit bad that it happened. Okay, I believe I fixed it. Okay, so she decided to take with the pawn, knight f3, bishop c7. Okay. Queen d2. Queen d2. Why can't I take in g3? Okay, is white planning to go queen g2 or just king g1 and you got not much here? Is this supposed to be scary? It is. Interesting. Very interesting. It's kind of, like I told you, some positions you got this extra material, but you're not actually using it. This is what I usually tell my students, use the extra pieces that you have, and black is not ready. So, she shouldn't try to go for the extra material, though is the first thing that you think about, of course, when you see a position. Yeah, you want to look for that, but yeah. The rook and bishops are sad. They are very sad. Yeah. We need to get them into play. Okay, so queen d2, I guess there's no... queen e2 was an alternative. I was just trying to figure out where, but yeah, queen d2. And now black needs to find a way to get the bishop. Do you think e5 would be the way? Forget about the engine. We're not trying to find the perfectest move. We are trying, but I just want that bishop out, Just get it out. Bishop h3, bishop g4 helps black get new pieces into the game. Also frees up this square. Who knows, that knight could come into play eventually too. So this could be a way to go for the development. I don't know if Yeah, no, I definitely want this rook into play. We definitely want it into play. The sooner the better. The sooner the better. Yeah, no, this was my analysis, which was not good. No, I like e5. I would play e5 here. Let's see how Natalia chooses to play. Angelina ended up playing f4, which I thought was kind of necessary eventually. G3. She went to go back to d3 with the bishop. Interesting. I was thinking bishop g2. That was my approach for the position for some reason. I mean, but either choice is fine. Here it attacks the f pawn. Here's the pressure over this pawn. G2 was putting pressure on b7. So okay, b5. Okay, so now you have to be careful for b4. What are you gonna do about it? Will you play a3 to stop it? I mean, that's a possibility. Can pretend like you don't care. You know what I would like? 6 rank. Oh, she did play this and it was game over. That's funny. Like, it's funny how excited I get sometimes. Oh man. I don't know how someone can put up with me, seriously. It's just too much excitement. You know, some people are more less showing less emotions. I think I show too much emotions at times. That even I think is funny. Rook e6 final move, and Angelina won. So nice win by Angelina. It was actually quite an instructive game, if you guys remember. So let's do a short recap of this game, because I actually liked it quite a bit from an instructional point of view. So Angelina had a tough game earlier this morning where she lost to Natalia, and she lost on time. And you know, it's tough to come back after you lose, but you know, that's how you build strengths, right? And when you learn how to come back after losses. So Angelina came into the game, started with e4, e5, e4, c5, sorry, knight f3, e6, and now c3 with the idea to play the Alapin, right? And a lot of the times we've seen people going for d5 and trying to transpose into a French. That's quite a typical approach, and this is what happened in this game too. And Angelina did not try to go for trade or, I don't know, e5. What other moves are possible here that are good for white? Usually those two. Maybe bishop b5 is the move too. But she ended up going for d3. And it's kind of interesting because from a psychological point of view, I don't know what you know, I would love to know people's mentalities after a loss, what they try to do. But Angelina, like, this is kind of a safe position, you know, not much risk. And it gives Black the opportunity to go for the endgame. And this is exactly what her opponent did. Mary went for the endgame here. And when you see this position, you're thinking, well, white is not castle, but it's an endgame, so how terrible is it for the fact that white cannot castle? But there's, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a big deal that white cannot castle because c2 is a safe square for the king, right? There's no checks, no knights bothering, no rook, you know. That could be a safe place, and it just seems like it's just part of the development. And knight c6 was played, a very natural move, and h3. And in the beginning, I was kind of not quite sure why this move was played, right? I felt that there were some various other ways to develop the pieces, like bishop here, put the king in c2, something. But somehow this move was waiting to see. It was kind of a nice waiting move to see what Black was going to do next. And it turned out to be in Angelina's favor, because after knight e7, knight a3 was played, and this is a really nice move that attracts the opponent to make a pawn push, which will be wrong. So with knight ac, you clearly notice knight b5, knight c7 idea, or the knight coming to d6. And the first instinct is like, oh my goodness, I don't want that to happen. Let me play a6, right? But that allows white to have new ideas with knight c4, d6, or b6, particularly b6. If white manages to get the knight in b6, this pawn will remain in b7, which will restrict the development of the bishop and keep the rook in a8. So this was a really nice move, and it was interesting when we were trying to figure out what was black's best move here. This is like I suggested knight g6 and meet knight b5 with a move like king d7 or king d8, probably d8, because d8, you're controlling that square, and then you want to push the knight back. So what's so great about this? Well, now when you play a6, you push the knight back, then you get b5, which will not allow the knight to make it to b6 and restrict your pawn. That's the great thing about it. But after a6, knight c4, now the knight comes to one of those squares, but definitely b6 is the place you want to go. b5 allows knight d6 check, and this pawn is going to be lost. So that's the reason why black decided to allow the knight to infiltrate in b6. But once it does, white's position is dominant, because it's hard to develop the bishop in c8, and it keeps the rook restricted in b8. So this was a really nice positional approach that seems like, it didn't seem that white did something special other than development, but because of the threat, it attracted a weakness. That's why I find this idea to be super instructive. Then the bishop came to e3, and just normal development, keeping the pressure on c5. You also, by the way, cannot really cover this pawn, right? This pawn at c5 is not easy to be covered. So bishop d7 was played, and then king c2, knight d2. I like this idea because it brings the knight towards b3 to attack the weakness, and it's not so easy for black to defend. Black attempted this f5 idea in order to try to create some, to free up, to open up that bishop, but Angelina wasn't worried about it. She traded. And here, I didn't think it was necessary to take the bishop, because in my opinion, the bishop right now does not have a threat to get to a better position. So I thought bishop takes c5 was the move to be played, followed by bishop c4, maybe rook e1, that one or this one, either one. But Angelina decided to actually take the bishop in d7 first. So this way she's kind of getting, she stayed with an extra bishop, technically. Then she traded the bishop pair, but she didn't, she has to take, I think, I'm not sure if knight takes. Knight takes could have worked too, actually. This is a move I did not consider first time around. This could have been nice. See, that's why it's important to look at games more than once, because there could be always ideas that you miss, That's how people who are into openings, they always can find new ideas, because they're always interested in learning new things and coming up with ways to improve the variations they already know. Or maybe they see an idea and they think, oh, wait, maybe on this move order, it could be an improvement because of some finesse that they notice. And, I respect people who are passionate about, writing opening stuff, or just, analyzing things. I don't think I could have the patience. I'm not known for being a very patient person, unfortunately, but thankfully I have some other strengths. Bishop c5 and castle, and then bishop c4. So Angelina simply, after winning the pawn, now she just proceeded with natural development moves, improving her pieces each step of the way, rook e1. And I particularly liked her choice here. So she traded that bishop, and now this, without the dark square bishop, this knight would run free a bit. It has a nice outpost here in the center. It's protected, all good. And I like that she, like originally I wanted to play bishop d5, but bishops from far away, they're doing better. So she retreated to f1. This is kind of a nice idea also. And then of course she wants to trade the knight, to push the knight back, trade. This is a moment for those people who watch the stream, where I explained how important I think it is when you have a position where you're better to try to think about what kind of pieces you want to off the board so that you can make your winning easier. And we figured out almost all of them will be fine. And then she placed her knight here. And, from here, it was just a matter of technique on how she continued developing. And final move that I guess rook e6. Getting ready to improve the other piece to come into the game, rook e1. And very beautifully, instructive game, I believe. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. A tough loss for Mary, but I think there are some things to be learned, and I'm not sure if the trade was necessary, like trade of the queens was necessary, the right approach for Black. What have we missed? Oops. What have we missed in this game? Knight c1, so we're around here, right? Knight c1, bishop h6, okay. That is a piece that you want to trade. It's kind of restricted, right? But how are you going to trade it? You can't really. What is Black's threat? Why is White not playing h5? It seems natural, no? Rook h1. Because there's no specific threat right now. So if there's no threat, you don't need to rush. The knight c1 was quite a nice defending piece. This knight doesn't really have threats much, so I think it could have been fine to be left alone. But she decided to trade it. Olga, c6. Yeah, I don't like c6. I don't like c6. I'm surprised the engine did not mark that move as a mistake. That would be a move I would mark as a mistake. The reason I don't like it is, imagine, like, you go c6, right? But what do you do in fact? You trade this pawn for this. Yes, this is a weakness. This is, an advanced pawn that gives white space, but also it's a brilliant outpost for white. I mean, with the knight coming here into f6, I would not be happy to allow that to happen. Rook c1. Okay, the knight will go to d5 eventually, at some point. Okay, not yet, because obviously a2 is hanging, but if we can prep h5, I'm not even sure why rook c1 was necessary. There's no threat for Black. I think h5 directly. And you know what? The position that would also be super good for white is trading the queens, I think. Because we're up a pawn, right? So if we get this position, 2 pawns, it's like you're up 2 pawns. You're only 1 pawn up, but it looks like you're 2 because this one is backwards, blocked, no chance for advancement, and the bishop remains restricted there. So this would have been kind of a nice alternative for white to take over some of the space, some of the simplify the position. Let's call it simplify the position. Looks like she heard me. Queen d5. No, these types of positions are tough for Black. Because the bishop is sad. Very sad. See, we talk about pieces. We need to make them happy. Like in real life. Although, what do you guys think? Let's ask an existential question. Should we try to make other people happy, or should we make ourselves happy? What is the way of life? Can you make someone happy, or can they only make themselves happy? That's the question. in case you've had too much chess. You can think about it and let me know what you think. I always wanted an answer to that question, because I don't think I have the right answer. Okay, king g7. This is it. I like g4. I mean, it puts another pawn on light square, but you need to hold on here. This is the side of the board where black should play. White should switch here very fast. c4, a4, something. This is not necessarily something you want to do, but I'm thinking, wait, no, f3 is not going to do anything. Like, maybe you should play queen d3, bishop f3. That's why with the bishop there. I don't know, h5 will always be something to be scared of. Will always be something to be scared of. Okay. Well, this game was over. I believe Sharnaz texted me. Let's check what she's saying. She asked me any results. She's funny. I told you guys that I felt it was wonderful to meet her and hear her story. I keep saying this on every stream. I didn't think there was someone who can talk as much as me, but I met someone who can talk as much as me, and it's nice. It feels good. It feels good because I always have this tendency that when I talk too much, maybe that's why I can do these streams and talk forever, because in my, with my friends, I have the tendency to talk for hours, and sometimes, I have a few I have a few friends who well, one of my best friends, she lives in California, and oftentimes, we don't talk for a long time, and then it's suddenly, we finally make time to talk, and then it's 4 or 5 hours conversation. It's very bad. I need to make sure it's a day where I don't need to do any work, because otherwise I don't even know what we're talking about, because there's not that much happening in my life that I can talk, but I guess I always have ideas. Chess players are always creative, or maybe just Sabina, who knows? Sabina is very creative. That's my favorite part of chess, creativity. Take the creativity away and probably I wouldn't be playing. Rook h1. Okay, so, she's getting ready. Do you guys think that we're going to see some king march on the other side? This is quite typical for these types of King's Indian style pawn structures. The king just marches on the other side. You think you got something, but you got nothing. But you need to be careful, of course, for some breaks, but there shouldn't be anything, I think. I think we're going to see some march. King march. Kidoki. Doki. Okay, so what have we got? So this game was over. This game's still being played. Beatrice won a nice game. This game, after knight, queen d5, queen b6. Wait, actually, I'm going backwards now. Okay, no worries. We'll get to board one, don't worry. Queen b6. Of course, black doesn't want to trade because that position is though, wait, it's not exactly the same, because now the rook is in c1. So why would have captured like this? Yeah. And then the knight would go to e4 and still going to f6. We like f6. Okay, queen b6. Queen b6. You got any turrets? Not that I can see, so let's go. Or no, I like that, but I really wish the rook was in d1. But I do like h5. I do want to go h5. Oh, she didn't. This is the position. Angelina's beautiful game that we already went over. And let's see what Natalia is gonna do. Queen d2, e5. All right. Guessing. King h1, e4. Nice. e4 is nice. Joshua is very tricky. She's very tricky. Take my knight. What's the best location for this knight to go to now? Is it h5? Is it e4? I don't know. h5 looks nice. h5 looks nice. Opening up the G file and threatening also this. King h7, rook e1. I don't think... How serious is rook e7? Like, if we take rook e7, it's really serious? Is it mate? I want to come up with a gorgeous mate, because you know me, I always like creativity, right? I always say that. I better find some nice win for white here after king h8. Where do we move the knight? Should we go knight here? It's kind of cute. If you're not careful, you know, you need still to be careful with black, right? You didn't really take these pieces out just yet. It's kind of nice, right? The queen needs to stay somewhere to cover that, but now with the knight in e4, we're also hitting here. And if that's, let's just say you play here, do we go rook g8 or knight takes f6? I wish rook g8 would work and I would have something all with checks, but it's not. But I mean, you can do everything with check here. Bam, 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 bam. Queen h6 is on the way. I think we actually have to do it with check, or else this would be a mate. I probably need a break. This would be a mate. I'm glad I saw it and I said it before I actually wrote it. Yeah. Yeah, knight f6. Kind of nice. So you cannot take the knight. I mean, you know what? I know Joshua is one of the lowest rated by rating, right, in this tournament, but she's a very strong and creative player in a way, you know? I mean, you can't take her, you can't look at her rating and, you know, think that she's not good, because she's come up with some very interesting ideas. Very tactical, always trying to look for resources to come back. It's, you know, I think I saw a move that could be nice for black in this position, queen g4. Queen g4 would be nice, because you maintain the pressure on the knight, you bring an additional pressure, and now if this knight goes, this might hang. There's queen h3 as well, of course. And in the end, you know, the bishop will be developed. But okay, it's not the only, like, if we really want the bishop out, maybe this could work too, bishop g4, and then we have some f5 ideas later after this knight moves. You know, maybe something like this. Strengthening the bishop, we got it out. We need this knight away from there so that the rooks come into play. I mean, this is definitely another option for black here. Yeah. I'm just checking to see if there were more games that finished. No, 3 games still in progress. Everything looks good so far. Oh, queen h6 was played. Okay, that is a move I didn't consider. I don't know why I always try to be so fancy. You know, this is quite interesting. So I had the pleasure of meeting Judith Polgar. You know, for a female player growing up, she was an inspiration for me. I had a poster with her. I remember my parents were receiving this magazine. It was called Europe Échec. It's a French magazine, kind of like Chess Life or, you know, American magazine or New in Chess, but it was published in France, and same ideas, right? With articles, with the tournaments that were played and great results by players. And that was around the time that Judith became, well, not maybe a bit later, but there was the picture of her and the game and how she beat Fischer's record of becoming the youngest grandmaster. And I cut that picture of her from the magazine. I just ripped it off. My parents, I think they were not quite happy because my dad was a huge fan of keeping all magazines. He had even magazines from the times that he was, learning to play chess from the 70s, like late 70s, early 80s. At the time you could only get those Russian, like Soviet magazines, with stuff. And, my mom kept saying, let's just throw them away. And my dad was like, no, I'm just going to keep them and I'll read them when I retire. But, those magazines never got touched, unfortunately, which is sad. I think we still have them. But this was a new thing. And, my dad, of course, was collecting everything. And I decided to rip it off. And it was my inspiration. I got that poster. And that was the only poster that I had in my room. I know most people have other kind of posters. But for me, I heard the story, right? My parents told me that their father, the Polgar sisters' father, would cut or print pictures of mates or studies overnight and stick them on the walls so that when they would wake up and solve tactics while they were doing their morning, stretches or brushing their teeth or something. And they were always I don't know if it's true or not. I didn't get the chance to ask Judith. But anyway, she was a huge inspiration. And I remember I was talking to her when I got the chance to see her earlier this year in a camp in Charlotte. And I was asking her, what she liked about chess. And she said that the creativity. Like, I always try to find the best move in the position. And, she's known for having been a very strong, aggressive chess player. And for me to hear that, it's like, wow, I'm not the only one who was into creativity, kind of fangirling there, listening to her, say how cool it was for her to be creative. And she was always looking for these things because she did a lot of tactics growing up and she played a lot of games, and that developed her creativity. So she would see these patterns and always try to come up with something. And I think maybe that was something that I had in the back of my mind too. So I always try to find these fancy moves. But, when you play chess these days, the time control is different than it was longer time ago, Now you need to be fast. You might not have time to find the best possible move. So that's why I was trying to be so fancy, but really, you can just play queen h6. I mean, this is so much simpler. You're offering a trade. This knight is still under attack. The queen attacks h4. If the knight goes away, that's a pawn that hangs, and you also go away from, this potential discovery, and you don't stay in those lines where I was showing you capture and rook e7. You don't stay on a check queen. So that's so easy. Why am I trying to be fancy? I don't know. King h8, very simple. Yeah, but eventually she will have to get these pieces into play. She will. I'm sure she will eventually. But for now, the extra material is not really visible yet. But now that the king went back to h8, there's no rook e7 coming in with tempo. White will have to move this knight, which will allow black to capture, or maybe knight g6 and take. And this game, in my mind, should be over soon. But we'll see. Okay, we've got a few more changes in this game. White is focusing quite a bit on the trading of the queens, but maybe it's a bit too forceful. Remember what I told you earlier today. When you have a better position, you need to be mindful about forcing things to happen the way you want, because usually it's just not good to force things. It's kind of like in life, I think. You need to let things happen naturally. I'm very good at giving advice, really, but I wish I could follow it too. Because, like I said, I'm impatient. I usually rush things, and usually doesn't go well. But here, yeah, I don't like that white messed up the pawns. I mean, those are such nice connected pass pawns. I still don't understand why h5 was not a choice that Olga, or I'm sure she considered it. I just don't know why she chose not to go for it and went for the queen trade instead. Okay, I think this will give black some defensive ideas, because now you have to cover b3. Are you gonna give that pawn up and go for knight here? Rook c3. Yeah, king c2, just rook b8, right? I don't like this forcing idea. And what's about the final game? Ooh, oh wait, we have some red. We have some red moves. I'm gonna start calling them red moves. Queen g7 takes, queen g5, queen f2. H5 was meant to, I don't know about h4. Do we have time to run away? I mentioned this earlier. I mean, this would be a dream come true. h4 seems a bit scary with the king being still here. So queen g7 I like. And now after this, why not this? It's one of those positions where you have to find the right way to open up the position, you know what I mean? Because actually, I could even take here first with check. No, let's keep that. Let's keep that option here. But I like black. I definitely would take black here, because king g6, you know, queen comes in, the bishop will be better, it'll be pressure. This, if we get into this endgame after taking g5, queen h4, black is winning after winning g4. So this was definitely something that had to be considered. Instead, black took with the queen, which allows, what does it allow? Queen f2, not queen f2. Well, the problem is you have no threat to take because you're pinned. So maybe queen e1? Is there a difference between queen f2 and queen e1? Maybe. Oh, king f1. Guys, running very fast on the other side. And now you can trade everything in h5 because your king hides. And you want to keep this pawn structure like symmetrical, like this. You know, you don't want to allow black to actually have the opportunity to infiltrate. Right? Queen f2. Queen f2. Wait, no. I was about to say, can black take, but no, can black cannot take. Black cannot take there. How about h? H. Maybe we can just block it. And nothing's gonna happen there anymore. What can black do here? c6? What is the thing that's so scary? King g8? Keep the rook protected and then want to take? But I think I can still run. Or no, queen h4. This is still something that can happen. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why this move is a mistake. Probably because it missed that win, right? But what should I do now? What should White do now? I'm having trouble finding something. Rook h4? I mean, if it's not this, I don't know. This is probably it. This had to be it. Okay. This had to be it. So after queen f2, this was another moment where we had to be sure what black would have done that was better than queen g6. You know, I wish I could make this move, queen h8. Switch, put the rook to h6 and play queen h8. Alekhine's gone. I don't know. I'm sorry. This is a moment that I'm just drawing a blank. I can't think of any. King f6, but this doesn't do anything. I mean, I just need the rook protected. What is the best way that black can protect that rook? Definitely not h4. I mean, rook h6? No, maybe this is still queen h4. This is the move we want to stop. Okay, queen h4 is the move that we're trying to stop. So what can we do to stop queen h4? We need to be ready for something after queen h4, like maybe king g8. This bar is killing me. I don't know why I'm so nervous about it. I don't know. Hey, Chess Lover, welcome back. How are you doing? Help me out. I can't find a move here that would give black a super duper good position. Can you be just queen back? I'm gonna take every single move, just can c6? Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't know. Queen h4 is the thing. I need to be. It's so annoying. I can't. I'm gonna. Should I cheat? No, no cheating. No cheating. I'm gonna dream of this position tonight. I'm gonna have nightmares. I'm gonna be like, I can't believe I spent like 5 minutes and I couldn't find such a simple move as whatever that move would be. Maybe it's king, maybe it's a5, you know, like something crazy like that. I don't know. I tried rook h6, right? I tried rook h6. It's like rook g8. Try rook g7. Oh, rook g7. Does it like rook g7? Nope. King e8. King g6. Oh my god, king g6. I can't believe it's king g6. Oh my god, there's no way king g6. What is king g6? Gosh. Well, okay, now I understand it's king g6. It's ridiculous a bit, yeah. I mean, king g7, you don't want to stay on a check, you know, when this is captured, and probably king g8 is something similar, and you probably need this pawn protector or something, so if it goes there, you just take. Oh my god, I tried like 10 moves. That's crazy. King g6. I already have a headache, like, yeah, good luck finding that during a game. But I found it. Feeling good. Okay, After this, I'm definitely getting something to eat. I'm going to invite myself to dinner. Or maybe just get dessert. What is a good kind of dessert you can have after finding a move like King G6? No, I feel like I still have to work after this. King G6. Okay, that was a tough move to find, but okay, Queen G6 and Queen H4 nicely found by Carla. Bishop E8, and she's finally going. King G8, activity, okay. Carla's getting some ideas now. Before it was a bit scary with the king there, right? H5, it definitely was looking at some ideas for black, but now look at that. White has activated the queen. Very nice kind of maneuvering that Carla found. Queen F2, Queen H4, Queen D8. Love that. Very nice. Very, very nice. Apple spice pie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of like ice cream with pie, but like I guess it's more, I don't know. No, I don't think that's what I want. Hi everyone, Snowball, thanks so much for stopping by. Hope you have a good night, and don't forget to join in tomorrow too. If you can, I'll be here around 12 p.m. Eastern time or 10 local time, which is mountain time. Would love to see you again, and feel free to chat, like I would love to interact with as many of you. Feel free to ask your questions, and it's not easy to keep all this energy by myself, when I have someone to, well, it's easy actually. I'm just pretending like it's not, because clearly I'm still here. And you don't want to know, but after these long streams, what's the best remedy for me personally? Getting on a call with a friend and keep sharing my favorite things, either of the stream or of the day or something. It's just, it never ends. I don't know why I talk this much. It's very suspicious, because when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure I wasn't talking much. Or maybe I was. I'm not sure. It's chess. I think when you play chess, you're so quiet for so long that when you're away from the game, you just want to share everything with everyone. Not everything. Okay, let's just be clear here. Like fun experiences that you've had. That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay, well, let's go back to board one. Did this game finish? Oh, my bad. Why do I keep pressing that? I'm so sorry, guys. I don't do it on purpose. So we stopped after King H8, right? So we said this is a nice idea. Natalia is hiding with the king, does not allow the entrance of the rook there. And then Jashre decided to give up. She gives up another piece, but she maintains a bit of activity. Bishop E6, finally getting the bishop out. Good. Takes. Ooh. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. My favorite word of the day. Of the weekend. Yeah, you take C7. Oh. Okay, this is we caught up with the game. This is the moment. So you're taking C7, we go bishop takes F3. And rook G2 you have to do, because if you go here, it's mate. Oh, I think the game is the game over, or? No, that was me. Apologies. No, this is the moment, yeah. So Natalia is on her way to win. If she wins this game, she's going to be on 3 out of 3. It's a very good result for the tournament. I think next player will be with 2 points. It will be Jashre and Angelina, who both, like, Jashre will have lost to her, of course, and Angelina has won her game, and she's on 2 points. It's a small tournament, so anything can happen still, but Natalia is definitely on her, on the right path to winning the tournament. A very nice game. Moving on back to this one, rook b6. Aha, so Olga did go for this idea. I just wasn't sure after rook b3 what was white's best continuation. In a way, now that I'm thinking about it, I would like some rook c7, h5, maybe even f4 ideas, or maybe rook c3 first. This could be a nice way to get rid of the rook first, the active piece, right? After takes, maybe we take back with the knight and then we come back to d5. That way we maintain a passed pawn, right? Because if we take with the pawn, I mean, maybe this looks nice too, but I'm not happy with not having a passed pawn. So we want to capture with the knight and then push that pawn, right? So knight f6 was played instead. And now rook c7, but okay, you need 2 extra moves to take and get the rook there. So I'm not sure if this will actually happen. Wait, h5 was played? No, it can't be good. But this is a typical idea. Check this out. So whenever you see a knight protected by a pawn the way it is in this position, right? What you want to remember is if you play h5, this en passant move cannot happen. Well, in some situations it can, but here it cannot because you lose the knight, right? And this pawn will be stopped by the king or back with the bishop if you push it. So that's why this is the right moment to push this, but I don't know how great it is because it will allow like this is going to be a target. So I want to do something like this and just kind of something like this. I don't know how easy it is, but that is something I'm envisioning. Even a move like f4, or maybe not f4, maybe rook f2 followed by f4 would be nice. Because you see, the target is f7, so you need to find the fastest way for your rook that does not do anything to come into play, right? Okay, just give me one moment to share a link with one of the players. She doesn't know how to watch, so I'm going to send her to the stream. Feel free to ask me anything while I'm preparing this. Okay. Copy. Paste. Nope, that was not the right link. Okay. And let me share with her the link of the games. Okay, done. Okay, so yeah, so we see the target and then we focus on putting pressure. Ah, rook c3. Rook c3. But rook c3, no, why did you do that? Why did she do that? This rook is so active. I mean, I know this rook is active too, but this rook is more active than that rook, in my opinion. I mean, rook on 7s is dreamy. You know, if you trade now, okay, the knight is going to be slightly better than the bishop, even if you lose one pawn here, but you won't lose it. But, you know, okay, Olga's probably going to keep playing, same as she played this morning. But I don't know how many chances she has. Yeah, bishop e7, I like bishop e7. You know, if you move, we go bishop d8, followed by f6. And, you know, she has the knight again. Maybe Olga likes knights like me. Maybe I should talk to her more. Maybe she's a fan of knights. Maybe I'll make another friend. Did I make any friends here? I'm not sure. In my mind, I did, but you never know. You never know. You never know people, what they think. I'm the kind of person that always overthinks. I have all these like ideas in my head if this person is my friend or not, and yeah. Larry Christensen, yeah, he used to work with Jennifer Yu, and I think he worked with Carissa too, potentially, because they're both in Boston, right? I'm not 100% sure about that, but definitely a very strong player and grandmaster. And how many times did he win US champs? Do you know, chess lover? I feel like you would know that. Okay, this game is approaching, the end with black having a rook and a knight for 3 pawns, but okay. Then we have this game remaining, and let's catch up with, oh, nothing else. Wait, what is going on here? Why is it showing that Carla has no more time? Let me check the live. Maybe they forgot the clock. No, it actually shows the game ended in a draw. And I can show you guys the moves that happened here, actually, because I don't know what happened. Oh, no, the moves are showing up. Okay, it just was temporary scary there. Okay, so the moves will show up, but the game did end in a draw, so... okay. I won't show you. I guess the moves will show, so we'll see. We'll see it in a bit. He got championed a few times? Okay. I had the pleasure to meet actually both Larry and Natasha on a cruise. So after I won the US championship, I won there was a chess cruise basically at some point organized, and it was a week going into some Caribbean countries, and they was stopping various places, and the idea was, I mean, I didn't really win it. I had to basically teach chess to other people who would join the cruise, but I didn't have to pay for being there. And it was quite an interesting experience. I was a bit seasick, I gotta say. I got used to the flights, but that cruise I got quite a bit seasick. And I kept drinking this ginger ale all the time because they told me that helps, and I didn't know to take any kind of medicine with me, so that was not very fun. But that's where I met Larry and Natasha, and they were very nice, both of them. I got the chance to hang out with her a bit. We went to. It stopped in Cuba. It stopped in Jamaica, in Cayman Islands. We all went together. And Dwayne Barber was also on the cruise, which is funny. He was not part of the chess, but he was just on that cruise, and we met him. And I remember he actually gifted me this chess set that he was making. It was one of those foldable chess sets, and he. I said, it's better, because he said he's making these to give to kids to try, kids from low income backgrounds to learn to play chess. And I said, listen, don't give it to me, just give it to someone else who can, actually have the opportunity, like, will use it more than I did. But he said, no, I want you to also have it. It's okay, I'll give more. It was so nice of him. I don't think I had met him before, so that was the first time. And he was very nice, and always, a wonderful person for chess, for sure. He's dedicated a lot of his life to promote chess, and also, of course, has the Barber Invitational during the US Open, and has taught chess, wrote about chess, and keeps supporting chess, which is really nice. We don't have that many people like that, so anyone who can do it is highly appreciated. And No, it wasn't in Bermuda. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Larry was saying a lot of stories. I mean, I think the guys were spending more time together, and I was spending. There was only one person who joined, so it ended up being like a, like a fun trip. There was one person who joined the chess cruise, and we were four title players who were supposed to teach that person. So Larry and Elshan ended up teaching that guy, and then me and Natasha were just chilling. We just asked them to, they had more fun with that, and we had more fun to check things out, I guess. But yeah, it was an interesting experience. So let's see. I'll share more when I'm on my stream about that, because there are some other funny stories, but I'd rather just, not share it on the US chess stream. So here, Queen H4. Okay, so I guess, why did Carla go back here? Queen H4. I'm just asking if this was an option, just trade everything. And then if black takes, I don't know, do you take this pawn? Oopsie, my bad. No, not that move. Do you take this pawn, or do you go for queen f6 check? Maybe you can take this pawn and try to see. I mean, this king is going to hide behind the bishop. And I feel like white has some chances to play for a win here. But she decided to go back, maybe because she did not have that much time. She has 34 seconds remaining, right? So then she went back, rook e7, now she took. And yeah, when you don't have much time, it's hard to judge positions, what's safe and what's not. So she probably felt she could just, maintain the extra pawn there and just kind of hold on the position. This king will still go there, but her rooks are a bit stuck. I mean, you have the extra pawn, but you need to see how you can progress. And this is not as easy as the other one, in my opinion. I think. Okay, so we have a result on board one. Nice win by Natalia Tsodikova. Very, very nice win. This particular bishop d5 was nice. Finish to a good game. Yes, she's had a great tournament. Like, it was so funny when I interviewed her. Actually, I have to see. I don't know. I didn't even have time to check. But I think Brian posted the things on YouTube and he didn't tell me anything. I don't know how many he posted. I need to go check myself, I guess. So I will check later if he posted any of my interviews. But I interviewed her, and one of the things she told me was that, she doesn't like to lose. And I was like, yeah, nobody doesn't like to lose. She's like, yeah, but I'm fighting and I'm excited to play again. And she was so like ready to do it. And I like that about it. Sometimes when you're doing something different that's not chess, you might lose interest, or you might lose the fire that you've got, But she seemed really motivated. I could see her like very excited. She was one of the first people that I interviewed, so I kind of made my very fierce. Yeah, she was ready for the competition and just to play. And yeah, I don't know what's happening with those. I'm gonna try to check the YouTube later. But if you guys want, you can help me out and check it yourselves. Let me know if there's something of mine that was posted on US Chess YouTube. There are all the links. There's Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, X, and then there's the YouTube link as well. If you see new posts with my interviews, please let me know. At least I'll know if something's up. What? But you see so many things on stream. I mean, I know it's more relaxed when you are talking about it rather than when you play. But like, come on, you can do it. You can get yourself to do it. It's something they can work on. And so what if you lose? That's okay. You know what? you know what Ben Feingold says all the time, you know, you're going to lose more games and you're going to lose more and more. And it's not the last one you're going to lose. It's not maybe the right kind of motivation you want to hear, but it's the truth, you know? Oh, you're not? Okay. Okay, I see. Well, no, I just mean like, you know, some people it's tough to deal with losses, but okay, so rook g8 and mate is coming. Nice win by Natalia, congrats. I don't know if her husband was still watching the stream. He told me I almost gave him a heart attack, so I've been checking ever since, and I'm glad we had a good conversation. I got to meet her husband. So, and they were both very, very surprised by my talk about G4. At least I learned a new line, right? Some interesting idea. Okay, let's catch up with this game. Lots of... Oh, why do I keep doing that? No, wait. First, let's see this, because I think there's only one game remaining. Does this game end in a draw? Rook e7, hg5. Yeah. So I guess Brenda chose the right moment to offer a draw, because Carla doesn't have much time, and with the pawn down, not sure how to get it. There's no easy way to advance. I guess it makes sense from that point of view to accept a draw also with white pieces. But like typically, I think you want to try to find a way to trade these pieces. Hopefully I'm not blundering much for her. Maybe I am. Maybe that's not the right kind of approach yet. I do want the rooks. Yeah, it's like I wish there was a rook on the g file still. So rook g8. Maybe queen f2 could be an option, and try to go... You actually have an entrance through there. I was going to suggest rook g1, but you actually cover everything here. So even if black plays a move like rook g7 to try to infiltrate it, there's nothing concrete to infiltrate to. Whereas white could try to infiltrate through there, which I'm liking, actually, that idea quite a bit. Always look on all sides of the boards, and particularly with pieces like the queen. You know, it's easy to forget. So this game ended in a draw, so we have one game remaining in this round. Board number 3, Olga against Natasha. So let's see. Sabina. Rook c8, rook b7. Okay, so she's back on the 7th rank. Okay, that I love. Rook a8. So what's Natasha gonna do about that? Why didn't she play f6? Is f6 not an option? Is this rook b7? No. We cannot. Rook b7. Yeah, apologies. What about rook a7? Maybe she was worried about this. I mean, if you're not careful, yes, you can lose. You can lose with black if you're not careful. Okay. There's a little mate there, some Arabian. This is the Arabian one, right? I think this is the Arabian. But anyways, I would have liked that. And after rook there, I mean, I think you can go rook d7. I mean, it's sus, temporarily sus. I was told by this young girl that I was teaching at some point, because I asked, what does sus mean for someone your age? You know, she was 8, 9. She's like, oh, it's not suspicious. It can be suspicious, but it could also be interesting, and it could be something else. And I was like, okay, now I need to learn a new language, basically. But yeah, it looks a bit strange, to say the least, to put the rook there and bishop in d8. But you know, bishop is kind of, you know, back. The knight dominates the bishop, but the bishop dominates the knight too. You also cannot get to f6. And then I want to play f6. I mean, I'm definitely going for that. Bishop needs to be freed up. So you first defend and then you do it. And I think, you know, this is quite a safe position. But what happened? I don't like allowing rook b7, rook a8. Rook d7. You know what I want to play in this position? Of course you do. f4. It's probably not good. Ah, no, because black is not forced to take. But even this doesn't do much. No, I need the knight to get that. And maybe we can just go king b2. Advance the king. So what happened here? Rook d7. I know why that's. Why is that a blunder? Yeah, she was lost. Yeah, definitely h5 was. Wait, where is this move a blunder, guys? Wait, why can't I take this pawn? What am I missing? Yeah, what? I don't get it. Why didn't she take the pawn? She played king b3. So actually, what is the move that black should have played in this position? She probably played rook a8 to have some activity, but it seems like a transmission error. Let me check the. No, I don't think so. Guys, I have a question. No. No, that can't be. I mean, that would be too much. Do you think this is a move? No. I was like, if that's a move, I give up. I give up. Okay, I don't give up, thankfully. I don't give up. Because, you know, king g6, I mean, how many of those moves can I hold on to? Can I deal with during a stream? I don't even know. I didn't even take a break forever. Oy. It's fine. We're here to win it. What should we do? No more breaks. We're staying here till this game is over. This is the last game of the day. No, but how is black protecting d6 here? I can't. I cannot see a way for black to protect d6. You know what I think it is this. It's kind of crazy. This is it. This is it. So that's what Natasha should have played. And of course, if you take, I mean, this endgame, black shouldn't have any issues to draw. But after rook a8, yeah, the pawn could be captured. But Olga, for some reason, decided not to. I'm not quite sure why. Again, I mean, rook a2, just king b3 then. But, okay, so let's catch up with the game. King b3, rook b8, king c4, another check. She went to d3, okay. But now... yeah, she's activating the bishop, but c3 is protected, and she used to go bishop b6. She had to do that to get that pawn. So what happens now? Okay, knight b4. Why? That knight is so strong. The knight is so strong in d5. Don't go back. Actually, if I was tempted to do this, but it's such a terrible move. This is such a terrible idea because it will give black exactly the idea that I mentioned earlier. So don't do that. No, this is a pawn that you should win, not trade. But I want to trade the rooks. Maybe she wanted knight b4 to trade the rooks. But here, okay, we're coming with something very fast. Like maybe rook a7. One way, maybe just c4. Just go c4. Okay, and wait and see what they do. And you can bring the king, you know. You can play knight b6. Okay, she played knight b4. Okay, I'm not... Okay, here. So this is the current position. Well, why won a pawn? And I don't really see compensation. The only way black can come up with something is to try to activate the bishop. Do we see any way for black to activate the bishop? I don't see a way. And this is not looking good for Natasha. The only plus she has is extra time, but I don't know how much is gonna help. Okay, 5 minutes should be enough here to be able to convert this position. Oh, sorry. C4 was played, bishop a3. Okay. With this being the final game, let's make sure it looks a bit more red there. So what do we do now? What do we do now with black? I'm having trouble finding ideas. This was another very intense game, intense day. Let me, as we're waiting for more moves to show, let me remind you about, what's going on here at this tournament. We have a sole leader after this round. So Natalia Tsodikova is on first place with 3 out of 3, and then we have Angelina Belakovskaya with 2, Sekar Jayashri, the one who lost to Natalia, with 2 points. One of these two ladies is very likely to be the 2 points. Olga most likely seems that she will win here, and Beatriz Marinello is also going to be with 2 points. So one of those players is going to play Natalia, definitely not Angelina. So it might be actually Olga. If Olga wins, Olga might be playing against Natalia, because there's no player with 2.5. So Olga might be playing against Natalia. So this is going to be an interesting game tomorrow. And for those of you who are wondering when I will go live tomorrow, I'm not going off. I'm not going offline. Please don't leave yet. We're staying here to see how this game ends. But tomorrow there are 2 more rounds, and I'll be here for it on US Chess. So don't forget to follow all US Chess's social media accounts on Instagram, Twitter, /X. Sounds strange to say X. But anyways, YouTube and here on Twitch. And if you want to get involved with like just creating a club in your area, you want to learn more about how you can promote chess, you can always get in touch with anyone from US Chess. It's very easy to navigate the website, and you can do so by contacting them. You can also get involved by making a donation if you want to support any of the causes that they support, like maybe seniors, to make sure these tournaments happen again every year, or maybe youth at risk. There are quite a few very nice programs that US Chess supports and helps empower. Of course, you can support women in chess. You can and you can read all that information on the website if you click on donation. Is it Give? I think it's called Give. Let's check. You go on the main website and yeah, it's the last tab, give, and when you click on that, you can learn about the different causes you can support. Of course, don't forget that US Chess membership price or fees increase starting next year. So now it might be the time to book up your membership for as long as you want, because yeah, from January, I think it's January 1st, the fees increase. And yeah, if you still want to compete in tournaments, you kind of have to have the membership. So I highly recommend doing that now. And of course, with the membership, you also can get the Chess Life magazine. You can also read the Chess Life magazine online too, which would save some paper, if you're thinking about the environment. You can also read it online, and it looks quite nice. I tried to read it online at some point too. That's something else that can be beneficial for having the membership. Or if you want to get involved, or you don't necessarily need to make a donation to support US Chess. You can help by sharing this link, for example, to get more people to come watch the streams that US Chess will have. Check out the YouTube, or simply share the various information that are provided. It's always going to be, it's going to help to continue the promotion of chess. And yeah, I would love it if you guys could do that. So we had e6 here, which is quite interesting. So Natasha was able to activate her bishop after all. It took her quite a few moves and allowing white to push that c-pawn, but she did get that bishop in, bishop f2, and then she captured there. But now this pawn, I feel that is going to cause some troubles. I don't know about e6 necessarily. Okay, of course this pawn is lost, but I have one idea. What do you guys think about this suspicious looking move? That bad, huh? Oh, wait, it doesn't work because the bishop protects the rook. Oh my goodness, I forgot the bishop. I was gonna go for this idea. I was so proud of it, but I forgot the bishop. Oh my god. Apologies. Sorry, I should speak English, not French. Thousands apologies. Okay. I do want to make that happen, though. That's such a cute idea. Huh. I guess could we just go rook d6? And if you take... I wonder if I could just go c6. This seems kind of a nice way for white to get the pawn rolling. I mean, you need to be careful about the h-pawn, but I think white is doing great here. Knight f7, knight h7, knight f6, knight h7. Yeah, but I mean, okay, I won't take for you to go knight h7, but yeah, knight f6 with that idea makes sense. What if I attempt to do this in order to try to get this pawn, and I'm trying to support the h-pawn, though? This can be a bit scary. But, okay, I actually like Olga's idea in a way to trade her weakness, because she had double pawn. Yeah, that's what she played. Oh, you mean e6 after this? Well. I don't know. No, if you want to play e6, you should probably do it here before, you wasted one more time. The knight here stands perfectly fine. It supports the c-pawn. You don't need to move it. I just wanted to just figure out the way to improve. Okay, so this is what happened. Bishop takes g5. Okay, checky. Checky. Would this do something good or no? Probably not. Actually, f8, my bad. I think. Yeah, this is definitely a counterplay. When you don't have much time to calculate, this is a bit scary. So let's avoid. Let's try to play some natural moves. Rook c7 check. And I feel that this could be even. No. Okay, so she played rook c7. Oh, king g8. So something wrong about this. Probably she was worried that she didn't want to stay on some kind of mate here. But king g8 blocks the rook from supporting the h-pawn. So I think you're better off putting it in e6 than going back. Yeah, true. The rook could come to h7 in that case. True. But you have to see when exactly, because maybe... Or maybe this. Like, I think it's best to, you know your worst, you know, white's pawns are more advanced than yours. Yes, you have the bishop, but the pawns are more advanced, particularly this versus this, right? In endgames with passed pawns, it's the rank of the pawn and how serious they are to be able to promote, right? And this pawn is more advanced than this one. It's definitely interesting, but you know, just for like a rule of thumb, in a way, you need to try to keep your king active. This, I don't think, is going to help black to have counterplay. Okay, c6 seems just easy. Seems like an easy way, you know. Okay, you go here, say here. Oh, did you just blunder? h3, wait. Okay, fine, let's just b7 or e7, one of them. b7. If you go here, we go c7 followed by rook b8 and promotion. Okay, so Olga went for this. Okay. Ah, she wanted to give this check, yeah. And this is the current position? This is the current position that we got. Knight f6. I was thinking... Yeah, but you don't have time, right? Okay, if she goes there, of course it's mate, but no, king f8, you know, you give a check and you take the bishop. You know, you don't have time for this because you lose your knight. And yeah, you have that check, but I think here black should be able to draw this. Because your rook is badly placed. You need to have it to cut off black's king, and of course you have to win both pawns. But knight f6, okay, so if bishop takes, this is my concern. This is... Okay, she has this nice check that wins the g-pawn, which is nice. So if we play h3, we got this check, and after this, do we take g6 or do we go rook h7? What do we go for? I want to see both because I have the feel... Oh, wait, sorry. I have the feeling that this could be a draw. I think if black plays here and rook d2, I think this might be a draw. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Yeah, possibly totally wrong. I've had this kind of position where, you know, a pawn here is just... But maybe because this king cannot move... white can bring the king this way, I think, maybe. So go here, or, well, we go c6. How's white winning this position? So black doesn't have moves, right? Just sit basically here with the rook. Just sit. Or whatever, king sit. And how does white win this? I think just king marches, right? Just bam, 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 bam. You can't sit in f7. Oh, I forgot. Silly me. Yeah, you have to sit in g8. You can't sit there because now, you know, you give these checks, okay? And then when you do this to get the pawn, I just take, and when you take, you know, we get this move. Yeah. This is a very famous idea found in Lasker's endgame. rook endgame. You should check that out. There's a Keres and there's a Lasker. Both ideas finish with there's two actually. There's two endgames. One is a bit longer. I think Keres's is a bit longer. Yeah. So you can go king f7. So in this position, black has to do probably king g8. This stops that check, right? That could be annoying because of course king e8 probably allows this check, and we're basically getting into the same thing as before, right? Buonasera, welcome to the show. And then this, right? So let's see, how do we win after king g8? I want to know. I think f7 should win, right? So f7, and then if you take, do you win? Okay, yeah, you win if you know how to win this. You win, yeah, sure. Queen versus that. Yeah. So how do we win this? Rook g6. No, but you need your rook to stop the h pawn. I think you just make some rook move. You just give black the move. Just sit. But I guess he can sit with the rook too and just wait for you to win. But now that the rook, now you can just do that, right? Right, and now, what is it that you don't like, mister? f7? Is it king g7? Oh. Okay, we can always win queen versus rook, right? We can always, yeah, we can always win this. Yeah, we can always win this. Don't play this move because I think there's some in between. Sorry, there's this move. Wait, how's... Yeah, you give this check first. If you take, of course, you promote. If you go there, check. And if you go here, we promote. And if you take, then we got the check. Yeah. So this is winning. This is a winning endgame. Okay, where are we? What's the position? I analyzed too much. Oh, lots of moves have been played since we left off. So takes. h3, she did go for this line we were looking at. Okay. Wait, what did we say? Did we say rook g7 or did we say rook h7? No, we said rook g6. We said rook g6. So h2 is the blunder for black because we're getting into the endgame we just saw, right? No, but why didn't you play rook h7? Rook h7 is much... Yeah, rook h7 is the way. This is the way to win, yeah. You have to double check. I mean, we're looking at the other line, but yeah, after rook takes g6... What is the drawing idea for black? Is it... Because we looked at this and it did not work. It's not... No, I don't think it's h2. Maybe it's rook d1. Rook d1, rook h1. And I think that's how black is going to be able to draw. If you push, we go h2, and we'll have that discovered. You will draw because you can promote, but yeah, you go there and then checky, promotion, right? And then here, draw. The king captures that. Oh, so Natasha rushed here. She played h2, but h2 loses to the line we suggested, and Olga played it. So h2 big blunder. King f7, not king f7. Rook d1 is the way to go. But I mean, you need to compare all of these. You need to spend a bit of time. I don't know how much time she spent. Instead of c6, maybe a better idea is to come to the king in c7, which in my line. No, it doesn't matter what you do. it doesn't matter what you do here. Sure, you can do that. Yeah, you can do this to avoid the check. But the problem is, anytime your king will escape, there will be a check. So, and actually, like, you know, what do you play here? Because if you go there, I can just go here, right? And the point is, if you take, I take. So, you know, this pawn is hanging. So it's a draw. You just don't have the time. The pawn is too behind. If it were more advanced, but even if I let you, like, even if I let you a few more moves, and I, you know, you can get, yeah, I guess I can't let you till c7 because after Trigo King F8 c7, then you escape from that side. But I can let you like 3 moves basically, and now I can go here and it's a draw again. Yeah, endgames are difficult. I mean, you really need to know your basics, specifically rook endgames. There's quite a lot of, you know, courses on Chessable particularly that show that. There's 100 endgames you must know if you want to. And, you know, I like the explanations that John Bartholomew gives for that book. Like, if you can get the book when it's on sale with his explanations, I think you can definitely, you know, learn quite a bit of stuff from endgames, depending on your level. But if you're a lower level, I think that book, particularly John's explanations, are really, really good. So, yeah, he has one for free, but it's not that much. It's really like super basic. I think it's king and pawn endgames. I don't know if he has rook ones, but the rook endgames he explains nicely. And I think I've seen someone else explaining rook endgames really, really nicely. I think it was Erwin Lamy or someone. Very, very beautiful explanations. So yeah, if you're looking for someone who's explaining that, yeah, I started a series on YouTube at some point with king and pawn. I was gonna do more rooks, but I kind of life. I want to do too many things. Time is sometimes of essence. So where are we with this game? So rook h6, very nice, nicely found by Olga. Rook d2, but the problem is with the rook on d2 is a nice way of keeping the pawn, but in the end, after white improves, you see, you can't utilize the fact that you can promote. That's the issue. You're not controlling the promotion square, and this is the reason why this endgame should be lost for black. Unless there were some more blunders, but this endgame should be lost. It was a rule based on pawn files, which usually can promote, and some other pawn files we can promote. Which one was it? There's a rule? I'm not sure which rule you're talking about. I don't know about that rule that you're talking about. I don't know that, and I'm pretty sure I know all the rules in rook endgames. It doesn't ring a bell for this particular endgame. It's maybe another one. If the rook controls the promotion square of a pawn, that pawn will get promoted no matter what you do. That is a rule, but I don't know if that's what you want. You're what? Where is she? No. Why did you play king c3? Tough. I don't know why she's going in this direction. She has to go in that direction. I'm just confused. Or c6. Okay, now let's find the draw for black. This is just not natural. This is not a natural move. Rook f2. Wait, doesn't black draw after queen? Takes. Doesn't black manage to get the Philly door, kind of? Because the king is a bit behind, but... the problem is this bar will move, so we'll know. But okay, we'll try. Do we have time or not? If this is a move, yeah, I thought we would have time, but there's probably something different. I thought we have time because we go here and we make it in front. Because if you do this, we go there, and then all we need to do is just go behind and give checks. So this will be a draw, but there's a better move here for... So after this, there's a move that wins for white. What is it? Is it check and check? No. That helps the king at... Rook h7, rook e1, yes, rook e1, this is the move. Yeah, rook h7 does nothing. I mean, we have the Philidor set up for the rook, so we just need to get the king in front. It actually you don't need it in front, you just need it in d8, so just need one move, and there's nothing the white can do in between, so if this happens, we go king here, and as soon as this pawn gets pushed forward, we go behind and we give checks. So this will be a draw, yeah. No, rook e1 is the move. The white needs to play, cut off the king, and now all you have to do is push the pawn, and you're gonna get the Lucena position, where you build the bridge. Okay, so let's see. So what's the move here for black to draw in this position? Black to move and draw. Yeah, king e8. And if king e5, yeah, maybe just king e8, right? King e8. Now we want to take the pawn because we've approached with our king. So king e5 is the move that you have to try to play with white. And now... I feel like king d7 could be checks. You think checks, but checks, don't you think checks help white to get in front? No, no, see, no. No, king d7, I think. King d7 stops this pawn, so now you can progress. If you give this check, we go here, and yeah, you can now try to cover this to protect this pawn. But at this moment, what's the best approach? What's the best approach for black? I feel that we can take. And if you go f7, cheeky, cheeky, back, 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 here. And, you know, in order for you to promote, you need to move the king away. I will check you, and you think, yes, I got this, I'm hiding. So how does black draw in this position? Bam, easy peasy. Well, this was a very entertaining, exciting, and instructive, another instructive position. Very, very nice endgame here. So, you know, king c3, king d4, king f7. King f7 was a mistake, but now it allows the king. And now she gives the check, but okay, now Olga found the way. So she's going in the right place. It's hard to find this. I mean, yeah, now the pawn will get to c7, and with 2 pawns, she didn't manage to take it. Yeah. That was tough. I mean, she could have had the chance because Olga did make a huge mistake there. Right? After rook g7 check. So she had to go rook h7, right? And keep that king cut off. Stop this pawn. Black doesn't have time for this because I think we just... no, we don't take. Sorry, we give check and we take the rook. So doesn't have time for that. So that's the threat. So if you go there, we take. If you come here, I think rook f3, right? And then this pawn is going to be supported by the king, and yeah, so that was the way, but she ended up playing differently. Then Olga made this big mistake, king c3, that is going the wrong approach, because you need to support the pawn. You don't have that much time, and would have, because you're separating from the pawn, black has the time to bring the king closer, right? So not king f7, but king e8. This is a nice way. So getting ready to at some point give up this pawn for this one, but approaching with the king to actually get the position that you know it's a draw, which would be this Philidor position. Yeah, and this would have allowed for the draw. It's actually kind of nice, this line that we looked at, not the check that you guys are saying. I don't know. This is the move. King d7. Okay, king d7. We're not in a rush. We want to take this pawn first. And it seems like optically, when you're looking at this position, it just seems that you don't want to make that decision because, you know, you're going in the wrong direction. This pawn is more advanced. Why are you going there? But the point is, white, in order to support this pawn, has to get the king in front, and then you will be close enough to actually come back. That's the cool thing about the situation, right? As we saw this line, the pawn pushes, we force the king to hide someplace, you know, in front of the pawn. And as soon as it does that, now we bring our king, and there's no progress for white here. This is the best thing that they can do, and then king e7, and this is a draw. And I guess f7 now. What do you mean? The pawn is on f7. So this is how the game went. Okay. White is winning. I guess they're still playing. Or, well, maybe the game is over. But white just needs to approach the rook. And then now king here, rook here. And we already know the drill. Take. If you take, you lose. And there's no stalemate, unfortunately. There's some situations where some stalemate ideas could happen, but here there's no stalemate ideas. Yeah, there's nothing else you can do. f7 before, I'm not sure when. The pawn was already in f7. Not here. After king d7, you want to play f7, or when? Instead of king e6, you want to play f7? Sorry, you want to have this idea, but I mean, I just take. Yeah, it doesn't change anything, because anytime you try to promote, this rook will take you, and you have to take that, and it will be a draw. So Olga's on her way to win the game, and she's very likely going to be paired tomorrow against Natalia. Natalia Tsodikova will have the white pieces, and Olga will have the black pieces very likely tomorrow in the next round, because this she's on her way to win this game. Very exciting round. What do you guys think? Did you enjoy it? So tomorrow, local time, 10 a.m., we will have round 4. I'll be here for the commentary. 10 a.m. local time, it's Mountain Time, which is 12 p.m. Eastern Time, and 9 a.m. if you want, Pacific Time. And no, it's great and very entertaining chess, and everyone is fighting very much. I love this. I love that they're fighting, and I love that they're creating things. There might be some mistakes, yeah, but it's really instructional, and this is always what you want to see, you know. Positions that you can learn something from, right? That's basically why you want to watch, you know, various tournaments, to learn something. You don't want to just see best moves by the engine all the times. I mean, I don't want to say that's boring or anything. Please don't get me wrong. I watch a lot of top player games, and I have a lot to learn from those. But I think sometimes when some mistakes are made, there's this excitement for us, particularly because we watch live and we discuss things, and suddenly we see them happening or not happening. It's always a nice learning experience. No, chess lover. You do learn quite a bit from everyone. You learn a bit. I'm just trying to say that, you know, I hope you've learned something from me. You know, I'm asking for some for some reinforcement that you guys actually learned something from these streams. The whole idea is to make it, you know, as a learning experience and sharing some of my experiences. And I hope you guys, you know, enjoy and learn something, because after all, you know, that's all that you can hope for when you put yourself in a, you know, coaching position or a teaching position. Share some knowledge that at some point someone comes back to you and says, oh, you taught this, and I remember, and I went and I did it, and, you know, educational. Thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate it. Don't forget to follow my channel too, because who knows, maybe I'll do more streams. Unless, who knows, maybe they like me here and they'll ask me to do more on this channel. But I'm definitely not forgetting about mine. So, you know, always check it out, and check out my podcast slash interviews on US Chess YouTube channel. I had 2 great ones with Alice, International Master Alice Lee, and Women's International Master Luciana Morales. A couple more are in the works. I have to send some emails to see when I can schedule those. But yeah, I really appreciate all of you guys being here. And yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, 12 p.m. So many time zones. I mean, it's hard to keep track sometimes. I keep forgetting. But yeah, I'll be here most day tomorrow too. I'll try to sleep more so that I don't feel that I need to wear my glasses, though. I feel it's fine with or without glasses. We're fine, right? Okay, so what's going on? I think the game is close to being over. I just saw the pairings. I got a text with the next round's pairings. Hi, Alexei. How are you doing? Tough game. Tough game. For those of you who haven't done so yet, be sure to check out Alexei's report on this on yesterday, and she's probably gonna write another report, right, Alexei? Another report on today's rounds. Be sure to stay tuned. You know, the report is done. Oh, okay, I didn't see it posted. I will update for tomorrow. But if you guys go on US Chess, you can click the other link if it's done and posted. Tomorrow morning. Okay. So tomorrow morning, I'll make another link to catch. I see. Got you. Okay. So be sure to keep updated with Alexei's reports, and I'm gonna stay here and see how this game ends, but it's getting close. I feel for Natasha because she had so many moments where she could have tried. She could have had some chance to draw, and she's had, you know, she's had a long game in the morning, not too long, but kind of long, and now this one very long. So it is tough. I've seen her compete quite a bit, actually. I think I saw her play in Charlotte a few times. So she does play quite a bit, but this game was definitely tough. So, well, good endgame skills in the end, and nicely executed by Olga. You know, we gotta give to Caesar what belongs to the Caesar. That's, I believe, the quote. And if it's not, please forgive me for translating Romanian quotes into English. I was told they sound kind of cool, so hopefully you guys enjoyed them. So tomorrow I got the pairings for round 4. I'm gonna let you guys know what you can expect when you join me, and you better be here. But no, I really appreciate you. I hope you can be. And if you cannot, if you know anyone who's interested, feel free to send them our way, share this link, and let us know. Well, I usually ask, you'll find out here, Alexei. So Natalia Tsodikova is playing against Olga Sagalchik, as I told you guys. And Natalia is the only player with 3 out of 3. Olga is on 2. Then we have Beatrice Marinello playing with the white pieces with Angelina Belakovskaya. There's going to be a really tough matchup. Both players were 2 out of 2. Both had a loss in the morning, so we'll see how that's going to be. Then Mary Kuhner is going to play against Sekar Jayashri. And Sekar is also on 2 points, and Mary is on 1.5. Then we have Nardi Brenda with 1.5 playing against Alexei. So Alexei, you're playing against Brenda Nardi, and you have the black pieces. Carla Naylor is playing against Shernaz Kennedy, both players with 1 point. And Julia O'Neill is playing against Natasha. So those are going to be very exciting matchups. I cannot wait to see them. And I certainly hope you'll join me tomorrow. As for me, I'm going to head out. Maybe I can finally take these glasses off. But it's better with glasses than without. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Enjoy your weekend, and hope to see you tomorrow. Before I leave, I'm going to raid someone. So let's see whom we're going to raid. Jim Naroditsky is live. We're going to go for Jim Naroditsky or Chess Sharks. Do you guys prefer Chess Sharks or Jim Naroditsky? Your pick. Or my pick. I don't know. Either. Okay, that doesn't help. What are Chess Sharks doing? Bullet. And Naroditsky Nighttime Grind. We're going to go Jim Naroditsky. What? Did I not spell it right? As always, very thankful to be here, and I cannot wait to see all of you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Let's go raid Dania. Bye for now.